We bought a studio. Well, sort of. It's our basement, but it's going to be our studio. The first step is clearing out all this junk. But the great news is that all this junk that used to be in a little 5 foot by 5 foot shed has the whole basement. We can even build out things to be more organized, more efficient. It's gonna be awesome. The most exciting part is this side room, where we bought a screen printing press. Don't mind the cable, the wireless mic's not working. Anyways, I mean, look at this beauty. It's a M&R Blue Max 2. I mean, I'm shocked we even got this monstrosity in this room, but this is gonna be awesome. I mean, compared to our one color jerry rig press, we can do up to 6 colors on a shirt. We can have multiple shirts on it. I mean, just look at this thing spin. Once this thing is up and running, we'll be churning out shirts in no time. We can have 4 shirts on it at once. We can finally do multicolor. This thing, so excited to use this once this is set up. We've had this stored in a parents' garage for months, just waiting for the space to use it. It's a little tight, but we're gonna make it work. I kind of want to share with you kind of the rough plans we have for the space. And besides screen printing, we need some space to do tie-dyes, a permanent space for tufting, making rugs, even just simple things like a spot for our computer that we haven't had yet, a spot to store stock, just a spot to just work. Even just kind of want this to have a vibe, you know. I want it to be just a cozy spot where you want to come down, you want to do some work. I want it to feel like its own unique kind of space. Like if you see photos of it, I don't want you to see or think that it's in a basement. I want it to be this kind of like, I want you to step into this world that is New Union Studio. So the main structure of the space out here is basically going to be workbenches, but workbenches that look nice. So here's kind of a couple photos, kind of our inspiration. In all simplicity, we're gonna kind of make workbenches, but then put kind of nice plywood facing on them. I want it to be a little more polished than a workbench, even though structurally underneath kind of the plywood frontings, it's a workbench construction. What's nice is there's pegboard right here, which we're gonna put up anyways. So we can kind of put, you know, we can have shelves up here to organize dyes, other kind of supplies, things like that. And then here, it's gonna be workbench all the way along this wall, probably honestly right to this height. And then I want it to extend this way to the workbench, more work area. But see this, and over here, the electrical panel, all that piping, that's where it gets a little dicey, because obviously we can't cover it up, but I kind of want to hide the brick wallness. I want it to be a lot of plywood. Again, there's kind of some obstacles in the way that's going to kind of prohibit that. So we kind of have to figure that out. But I think the overall layout, let's just sketch this out. We've got the stairs here. Come on, Appleoats. All right, stairs. We've got a little bit of wall. This is going to be rough sketch, right? Little bit of wall. But then we've got roughly this much. And this is our screen printing room. Fine and dandy. And we'll kind of go over, I'm really close to the camera, I'm sorry. We're gonna go over the screen printing room in a second. That one's honestly gonna be pretty straightforward. So, pegboard wall here. Let's change colors. What color are we feeling, chat? Okay. So roughly here, again, we'll do rough measurements later. We're gonna have more workbench. But see, kind of what I wanna do is I want to make a plywood wall in a sense. It's to kind of cover up the brick nastiness. Again, kind of create that feeling of it's in its own space. It's not in a grungy basement. But again, we've got this stuff. So we kind of have to figure that out. We can put workbenches below it and out of that, but to have kind of like a plywood wall is gonna be a little tricky. Maybe that's some sort of curtain, something where you can still access this stuff when you need to, because it's electrical panel, you're gonna need to. So another thing that I've thought about doing that I kind of want is a U shape, which we could maybe do right here. I want some sort of island, that way we can use it for tie-dyeing and we can have all the shirts laid out and go on each side and tie-dye and kind of have a system going. So that's kind of the idea of why I want some sort of island, or I can get around to it either on all 4 sides or 3 out of 4 sides. Along to that, the goal is to have great lighting. And again, got to figure this out, but great lighting for content, because we're going to be shooting a lot of content on here. So I want, you know, Instagram reels to look good. I don't have to worry about lighting. So probably a lot of smart lighting, some overhead lighting, so that basically wherever you go in the space, it's good lighting and you don't have to worry about it. Then I'm thinking over on this wall, you know, kind of the, if you've seen them on Instagram, the kind of pull out racks you can make for totes kind of on plywood. I want to do that so everything's organized. I can have shirts, hoodies, t-shirts, each in a bin. Fulfilling orders is going to be way easier now. Pull out the tote, pick out the shirt, put it in a bag. Now, our screen printing room is going to be semi-simple. Already got the pegboard up here, so I mean, we can have ink, squeegees, any other accessories. Super convenient, easy. I want to move this. It's kind of in a weird spot, and I want nice white even lighting over the screen printing for content purposes, and obviously to quality control the screen printing. And then somewhere over here, it's a little tight again. I don't know quite where yet, maybe right here, a flash dryer. It's going to increase our optimization and efficiency even better. Again, probably change the lighting, make it look nicer, paint the walls, add some artwork, maybe vibe it up in here. Not really sure, but this room's pretty much already set. We've never built workbenches, done a lot of this construction stuff, but we're going to take you along on the entire journey from now until it's done. And it's cleared out. For the most part, I don't want to move all this stuff. Okay, so along this wall is going to be a general purpose workbench, standard. I mean, it could be for sewing, sketching, desk work, computer might go here. I'm just gonna keep this pegboard here. And we're probably gonna come 2 feet out. That's what I'm thinking. Gives us a decent amount of depth. That's 2 feet. And it's gonna run all the way along the wall to here. Obviously this here is also going to come 2 feet out. It's about, let's see how tall this is. Bear with me, bear with me. That's a weird height. It's about 41 1/4. It's interesting. But I think that's gonna be like a good working height. So all our workbenches are going to be 41 1/2 inches. Okay, this might seem terrible, but we're literally gonna mark out 2 feet. I'm almost wondering, I almost want a little more than 2 feet. I think I'm gonna go 2 1/2. We're gonna have a corner right here. This is me standing at the edge. I feel like that's a good amount. So now for this way, we're gonna take it as far as we can go up until probably here, where our electrical panel is. So let's see how long that is just about 6 feet. We're just gonna round down to 6 feet, which puts us right at, should be perfect. Now, with this wall, we were gonna do this anyways, but I don't really know what's happening here. This stuff's kind of just flaking off. It's disgusting. So I think we're gonna just end up, we were going to do this anyways, just make this whole wall a plywood back. So let's write down our full measurements. We're gonna have 2 feet, 2.5 feet, that's a 5, by 6 feet, 6 feet. And then here's the electrical panel. And then this wall, we actually need to measure this length. So we know it's going to be 2.5 feet. And then length, not quite as long. This is just rough. So rough length of this wall, almost exactly 8 feet. That's awesome. I'm going to go and say it is 97 inches. Sweet. So we might need to round that down, but that's the max width we can go. Which actually, we need to subtract that from 2.5 feet. So 2.5 feet. So this whole span is 97 inches. So that really leaves us with a lot more space because in addition to those workbenches, we're gonna do a center island. Now this is gonna be for tie-dyeing, tufting, kind of general utility. So again, I can walk around this way, walk around this side, okay, go around this way, tie-dye the shirts, that sort of thing. I honestly want to say right about where I am. I need my other marker. So I kind of want to start right about here because I want to leave a walkway this way, and this way. So let's figure out first how much space we have from the edge of this workbench wall to this edge, which, like I just discussed earlier, I'm bad at math. All right, okay. I'm okay at math, my head's just all over the place. 97, 2 feet is 30. So 97 total minus 30 is 67. So that gives us from the edge of this workbench to that door opening over there, 67 inches, which is about 5.5 feet. So probably we need to take some room down. I did want this workbench area to be about 4 feet in width. So that would only, that would give us about 1/4 foot on each side, which that's not doable. That's terrible. I would say walkway distance, we probably want about 3 foot of buffer just to be comfortable. Like that feels about right. Like that feels easy to walk with. So let's measure 3 feet. 3 feet from here. So we're roughly, the corner is going to start about here. Okay, so I know it's hard to see, but that feels good this way and this way. That really doesn't give us, if we're starting here, that doesn't give us much distance to this opening. Really only about roughly 2 feet, which ideally, I wanted it here about 4 feet. That does mess up our flow a little bit, but I don't think it's the end of the world. So let's say you walk down the stairs. I can walk this way, or walk down the stairs, walk this way, walk into our work area, walk around, or third option, walk down into the work area and into the screen printing room. So it sticks out a little more than I want, but I think we're gonna work with that and say roughly 4 feet here. I want it to extend pretty far, or honestly, like I'm not opposed to the square look. I think I could get away with more, but I'm really pushing it here. Okay, so originally I was thinking 6 feet this way. So let's just see what that looks like. 5, 6, right there. That almost feels a little big. Actually, I almost want to be awkward and go to 5 feet, but that's gonna screw up our cuts on the plywood and then introduce a lot of waste. So part of me says sacrifice and put it down to 4 just to save cuts and save plywoods, because then I can get pretty much all these workbenches are going to be 1, 2, 3 of plywood, and then plywood on the edges. So, and it's going to make shelves, right? If I shrink it down to 4, I can get 2 cuts out of a 4x8 sheet of plywood. And I think economically, because plywood is expensive, that is what we are going to do. So let's draw this up. All right, so let's move this guy. I swear I turned the grid off, but it's okay. It's not okay, I don't want the grid. We said an invisible line, ... 3 feet on each side. That should be dotted. ... 3 feet. And then we're gonna have a 4 foot by, it's actually gonna extend out a bit. 4 foot, 4 foot, why did I do that? Square right there. That leaves us with this random area over there. So this area, again, we can't do much with these pipes here, the electrical panel. I think long-term end goal, what we're gonna do is get just kind of like a cool something, maybe like a fabric backdrop and a curtain rod, and just hang it that way up on the ceiling beams, so we can cover it and hide it, but still access it if there is a need to access it. But with that, that leaves us a little extra room. Like, one of the things that's really going to increase efficiency is having a spot to do photos, and I think this is going to leave almost the perfect spot to do photos. So if we treat this area as like a backdrop that we can swap out if we want different kinds of backgrounds, I think that's going to be a really good use of space. And we still really have this wall, which I almost want to make this a little bit of like a little lounge, a little vibe, you know, sit here, drink some coffee, sketch. I think that's kind of what we're going to end up doing. That takes us into the magical screen printing room. The beauty of this room is we really don't have to do too much structurally. We've got the press. I know it's a little tight right here, but I shouldn't be here that often. Maybe just often enough to be annoying. But right here, this gives us room for squeegees, other screen printing accessories. We'll probably get some shelves for this pegboard, or some way to just hang squeegees. The main thing we need to figure out though, inks and screens. So we're gonna move this. It's ugly and in the way. I know it's annoying to get to, but I'm not gonna be getting to them that much, is inks down here. And again, we're gonna add some shelvings and have our inks here. But that still leaves where we're gonna put screens. Specifically, drying and coating screens. It's a little tight. This is gonna be the main spot for the level. Again, there's not gonna be junk here. That we're gonna be screen printing. So there's flexibility to move around, do all this. Screen print here, walk out. I don't wanna put too much on the wall here, but we do have a little bit of room, maybe up higher. I don't know how much usable space that is, But what's really nice is in here, special closet. In here is a closet that is under the stairs. I thought about putting inks in here because there's storage, a bunch of nice storage, really. It's nice storage. I could make it screens and drying racks. I could make it an inventory room. I really don't know what to do with this space, but I also don't want to be opening and closing this door a lot. I guess that's not the end of the world. I don't know. I've got to figure out what to do with here. We don't really have like because I want a rack to dry screens. We don't really have a place to do that yet. And we haven't figured out a place to put our clothing inventory yet, which is also a bit of an issue. So I do have these racks, or shelving unit, that is half built because I lost the rest of these. But I'm almost thinking whether it's this or it's something else. This, dear God, this, oh my gosh. This wall right here is gonna be a good spot for inventory. We could even take up this whole corner. And honestly, I'm not opposed to putting screens and a drying rack right here. I know it's at the other end of the basement. It's a little bit of a walk, but it's kind of out of the way. So that's tentatively what I'm thinking. But again, a lot of this is flexible, especially for this because I'm missing a lot of these panels. And I'm hoping they turn up, but I don't know if they will. That's going to be the general structure of this space and that space in there. A lot of the details we're still going to have to work out and play with by ear. But I think that's a really good start. And I think this is going to, I mean, we didn't have space before. So any space is amazing. And the fact that we can spend the time and the money to make this functional and work and not have bins of clothes stacked on each other in a 5x5 foot shed. It's gonna be a lot of work. It might be a little expensive, but once it's done, it's gonna be a breath of fresh air. And I've been dreaming of this for years. Make sure you're subscribed. This is the start of a long journey. We're gonna document the whole process. We're gonna even be sharing the financial side of things, how much everything costs. So if you're a small artist just starting out, you can kind of see that it's manageable, it's doable, hopefully. We haven't gotten into the financial parts of it yet, but we just want to be really transparent with learning how to, the whole process, learning how to woodwork and build things, the struggles, the high points. We're going to share it all, and we're going to be very open and transparent. And again, like I said, no matter what, I'm so excited, and I hope you join me along on this journey. We're going to start with the walls. As you can see, they just need a fresh coat of paint, match our brand colors. But before we do that, we need to do a little bit of paint prep, especially on the walls, do some scraping, and then we're gonna need to talk about something. Now, we're just gonna kind of go at this spot. I think this is the main spot that needs some work. There's some previous water damage, just kind of all flaking up. It's gonna be kind of gross. It's gonna be messy, but we gotta do it if we're gonna paint. This wall is gonna end up being covered up anyways, but I just kind of wanna, we're here, it's gonna be covered up, and I just wanna do it right because it might not ever get touched again. And we're here, let's just do it. Ugh, jeez. I'm hoping the whole wall isn't like this, but we're just gonna scrape off as much until it doesn't let us anymore. Especially, I'd love to get, oh jeez, look at all this chunks. I wanna get these chunky stuff. I don't know what they did here. Stuff's just falling all over the place. It's gonna be easier to paint would do this too. So that's kind of why I want to do it. Get a real nice pull right here. Ready? Ooh, that's pretty good. There's more. I felt like that could have been better. There's some good chunks. So I'm definitely glad we're doing this, because if you can see, I mean, look at what we've taken off already, but I think this was sprayed in to try and help kind of fill some cracks where there was water damage. Which it's just this section, it's right by a window, so it makes sense, but I'm glad we can see it so we can address it. I think we made pretty good work of that. As you can see, the giant mess we have made, but I think that's good. I kind of just went and took where it would give me. So I could probably chip away at this whole wall if I really wanted to. So I kind of just took away what it can give me, and I think that's pretty good. And as I feared, there's more signs of it here in our screen printing room. So again, we're just gonna chip away, get all of it off. I'm kind of wishing now I bought a bit more of a durable paint, let's just say. I might have tried to save some money and get a cheaper paint, but that might have been a bad idea. So I might need to go back to the store and get a stronger, more durable paint. I'm kind of hoping they just used cheap paint in here, and that's why it's shipping off. But then again, like I said, I bought cheap paint. So yeah, it seems less like water damage in here and more just like crappy paint. But nonetheless, we gotta scrape anyways. This is definitely turning into a longer project than I had hoped. Yeah, paint should not be doing that. It's coming off in pretty good chunks. So yeah, I'm starting to wonder a couple things. I do think at least this area is less water damage and more just bad quality paint, because you can see this beautiful mint green paint underneath, and it's just this white paint that's peeling off in chunks. But that leads us to decision, is figuring out if we bought the right paint and if it's worth painting, or do we scrap that gallon of paint, go back and get a higher quality paint that's gonna bond better with the concrete, which is what I think they didn't do. And as much as I don't want to waste a gallon of paint, I think that's what we have to do. The bright side is that gallon isn't going to be completely wasted. We have regular drywall walls we can use it on, but I think that's going to be the best course of action. It's just annoying that I thought this was going to be a quick 15-minute thing, and now it's turned into a couple-day project, and it puts me further behind where I wanted to be. I don't really know what was here, some sort of wood or cardboard or something, but it needs to come up, and I'm hoping that it comes up easy, but I'm not confident. Okay, so as you can see, we've made a huge mess, but I think we've scraped everything we need to scrape, so now we just need to clean all the walls, get rid of all the cobwebs, take everything down from the headboard, and then we can finally start painting. So obviously we don't need this Ethernet port anymore, but I don't know how it's connected and it will not come off. Aha, there are more screws. It broke my drill bit. If we can get the the rest of this off, we can just unscrew it with a wrench, but it is being stubborn. Oh, thank the Lord, that was way more stubborn than it should have been. All right, we just got back from the store and we made a couple decisions. First off, we're gonna prime the walls with a high quality, durable, this stuff is apparently amazing. It's gonna seal stuff, cover things up. So this is exactly what we want. It adds another step, but it's something we just are gonna do right. And then we also got caulk gun, wire brush for continued paint removal, and then masonry crack filler. Move it out. Okay, we've mopped everything, and I think everything's finally clean to start painting, unless I decide to do another pass of mopping because the floor is really dirty and I want to make sure it's pristine because we are going to paint it. Initially, I didn't want to paint because I just didn't want to bother painting concrete floors, but the space is permanent, it's not moving, and I do not like this red floor, so I'm just going to take the extra steps, the extra time, and make sure the studio is how I want it to be. I didn't want to build the studio out and then hate how it looked with this red floor. So we're going to paint it just like a concrete gray, one of our darker brain colors. And I'm super excited because I think it's going to transform the space. We're not going to paint the whole basement floors, but just the studio part. So it's really going to make it feel like its own unique space that you're just going to kind of step into. So I'm really excited about that, but it's going to be a bit of work. All right, take your bets. How straight of a line do you think I can make this on the floor? Not a bad start, honestly. Okay, and we're gonna do the hack where you paint the tape as the original color and then paint it your new color. That way it's an ultra crisp line. So that is what we're gonna do because we want these lines to be crisp. It is time to prime. We are officially primed. It may look a little splotchy. We used every ounce of paint we could in that can. And it's just the primer, so it doesn't need to be super even. We're gonna let this dry, come back to it, and start painting real colors, because like I said, the concrete floor is not gonna be gray, but you can kind of start to see the space. It's starting to come together and form. You can see the actual space. Good morning. After painting everything, it just feels so nice to kind of now have its own unique space. Obviously, we still have a lot of work to do, but it's really very quickly starting to come together. The goal today is to get the real paint color on. We're gonna start with the walls because we wanna work our way top down, mainly because we're gonna paint the floor and it's gonna be a dark color, so if we spill anything, mess anything up, it's gonna be covered up and we don't have to worry about anything, which there's so much freedom in that. Yeah, we're gonna finish our coffee and then get started. Went for like an off yellow white that kind of matches our brand colors. It's not gonna look like too much of a difference, but it's a color. I know we said we could be a little messy with the paint, but I still want it to be a little neat. So we're gonna tape it. Short detour, but we're ready to go again. Taping all that's just gonna help trimming the lines and everything just a little bit cleaner. It was another extra step, but glad we did it. Okay, first coat is up. It's looking good so far. We're gonna wait and let it dry, and then we're gonna hit it with a second coat, but I think we're only gonna do it in targeted areas, like mainly our screen printing room here, because these walls will be exposed, whereas in the workspace room, most of them are gonna be covered up. So we're gonna do a second coat starting here, see how far we get, and then we're gonna paint the floors. Painted vertical lines last time, so this coat I'm doing horizontal. Try and get all the random divots and nooks that way. We are going to scrape out every single ounce of paint we can. I wish we had a little bit more, but it is what it is. Part of me is really tempted to get a second gallon, but I really only need maybe like a quart more of paint. So I think we're gonna let this coat dry, see how it looks, but tentatively we're just gonna call it good after this coat. All right, we're done with the roller. We're gonna get everything else we can out of this can, touch up some details. I really think though, I'm gonna want another coat, which means another gallon of paint, and it puts us behind, but I think it's what we have to do, unfortunately, if we want to do this right, which has been the theme of the whole thing. All right, I think we're done for the day. I think we got the most done that we can, literally out of paint. Not as far as I wanted to get today. I thought the paint would have a bit more coverage than it did. That seems to be the theme, so maybe this room, this area just has more square footage than I think. It's still drying, but looking at it right now, I can still already tell I think I'm gonna want a third coat, because when am I gonna be able to move everything again and paint it? So there might be even more painting. We're back with hopefully our last can of paint. Either I'm just really bad at painting or the cinder blocks is just soaking up a lot of paint. I think I'm leaning towards I'm just not a great painter. So we're gonna do one final coat, and this one's gonna be it. And I'm gonna just lay on a ton of paint, a super thick layer of paint, and then hopefully we can paint the floors today. This has been a longer project than I was hoping, but that's how projects go. coat is dry. I still feel like there's some spots that just aren't taking paint. I don't know why, but we're just gonna call it good as it is. I think overall, that last coat definitely helped. But overall, there's a coat of primer and 3 coats of paint, so I just think some spots just aren't gonna take the paint, which is fine because a lot of it's gonna be covered, and everything in here looks nice and fresh and new, and we can finally get started on the concrete floor paint. But first, we have to satisfyingly take up all the tape. Do you think we can do this all in one strand? Do you think? Ooh, close. Can we do it? Can we do it? Nice. This is definitely, this tape is taking up some paint, including the red paint, and another layer. So this paint's taken up 2 layers of paint, which makes me a little concerned about the durability of the paint we're about to put down. But it is what it is, we're gonna see. All right, tape is off. Now to put tape back on the walls. Well, green on the tape. So we're just gonna freehand cut everything in with our floor concrete paint and hope it's semi-good. The tape wasn't sticking anyway, so it is what it is. We went with kind of like a off gray, a little warm toned, again to match our brain colors, and I'm very excited to actually start cutting in with actual paint color that's gonna look different. So this is kind of the dark, kind of concrete gray, maybe a little darker, a little warm tone that we're going with, and I'm actually very, very excited. Oh yeah, that's gonna look so good. I don't think you guys can see that. Look at that. You can see the start of an actual concrete floor. We're good. It's fine, it's gonna be covered up with plywood anyways. The floor is cut in. I've realized I'm terrible at cutting paint, and I just have to live with that fact. What I ended up doing is painting a little bit of a lip onto the wall with the gray, which I actually think turned out halfway decent, but there's probably some spots we need to clean up. It's not gonna be the crispest line, but the benefit is most of these walls are gonna be covered, so it's gonna be okay. We're gonna wait for this to dry, and then start rolling and hope it only needs 1 coat, AKA only 1 gallon of paint. And finally, we roll. I already know it's gonna be so satisfying. Oh, yes. Look at that. I can already tell how much better it's gonna look in here with the painted floors. This looks incredible. The next main step is to start building out all our plywood workbenches and everything, but it's freezing cold and I don't really feel like cutting plywood in 20-degree weather. So we're gonna kind of take some time, get some things up on the pegboard shelves, get some things kind of organized so we can clear out some space and have a semi workable area so we don't have to be jumping over things and things like that. Oh, and we went to IKEA. So we're gonna build out some of those items and kind of get a little bit of the vibe and decor set up down here. So that's very exciting. But first, we do need to touch up a couple areas, a couple mist paints, a couple touch up areas with some paint. And to do that, I need to change into my grubs. That feels better. All right, let's get started. We need a new brush. Look at that. Maybe we can break her down. I don't know. But that is dry. We thrifted this chair forever ago. I don't know if I love it here, but it does kind of tie in the orange to this cool rug from IKEA that I just fell in love with and knew I wanted in here. So we're gonna do another side table and another chair, and this will be kind of a hangout, sketch, chill, work on stuff, kind of vibey area over here. I have wanted this table from IKEA, the Bag Boda, ever since it came out. It's the vintage, from their like vintage archive collection, and ever since it came out, I'm like, I need to find an excuse to buy it, and I bought it, of course, in the bright yellow. So let's assemble. Whoa, that is yellow. But I think it's actually gonna work really well in this space. People are always giving crap to IKEA, and they understand it for the most part, but all furniture now is shipped online, and it's flat packed, and you have to assemble it yourself. Are the directions a little confusing? Are some things a little confusing sometimes? Yeah, but it's a good price and they have some cool stuff right now. I'm saying this all before I actually assemble anything, but I'm assuming this is going to be pretty easy to assemble. I'm like in love with like the chrome furniture look right now. Like anything that's chrome, I'm obsessed with it. Okay, what are we doing first here? Okay, we need the little poles. 2 of these. You guys like my necklace? Big hole. Big hole. We need the ones with the big holes. My biggest beef with IKEA instructions is like, you can just add a little bit of text, like a little quick text explanation, and I wouldn't be confused. Because sometimes these images just don't make sense. You just need a little caption. That's all you need. So like this, like this. Oh, we're upside down. Through here, right? Or am I backwards? Where's my, there it is. Did you ever expect that a local random Battle Creek, Michigan streetwear company would be filming a YouTube video and you're watching him build IKEA furniture? Probably not, but glad you're here. One done. Screw goes to the side, right? Am I dumb? Oh yeah, there we go. I already did one wrong. Unscrew this one. They both have big holes, but this has big holes on the wrong side. So forgive me if I was a little confused. This one, okay, here we go. Back on track. It's really just the direction where like these holes need to line up that's really confusing. I don't know if I love everything together, like this chair, this table, this rug, but we'll kind of mix things up, figure things out more as we get things built out. Oh, and a lamp to go here, vibe it out, add some logo inspiration books, photo books, knickknacks, other fun little things like that. Just vibe it out, make it fun. We found the little chipboard things for the shelving unit. So we finished putting that together, put all our inventory on except for one big box. We'll see if I keep this here. It doesn't fit things perfectly. As you can probably see, it's like just quite not wide enough. It's already way better than what it used to be. So I'm not complaining at all. It's way easier to see everything, pull out some orders, pack everything up for pop-ups, things like that. So very excited about this setup for now. Now next, if you remember what we're doing right here, the electrical panel, all these piping and stuff, is the curtain, our backdrop, that's gonna kind of cover it up. What we're also gonna do is add a couple of these IKEA Hillis shelves. It's the short one, it's literally 20 bucks. So cheap. We bought 3 of them and we're gonna use them to store all of our film cameras. So we'll have a nice storage spot for those. So let's build those. But before we do that, we do need to take all of this tape off. And it's always nerve-wracking doing this. Just a moment of truth. Ooh, not clean edges. This is a good thing that this will be covered by a curtain and no one's ever gonna really see it because this line looks terrible. All right, let's build some shelves. While we were building this, I did want to say I'm never one to want to ask for donations or even to like you to subscribe to this video, which I would appreciate. I don't even know how many of you are still watching right now. This might get 10 views. But if something in you does say, I really like this content, I want to help fund the studio, the literally only thing I will ever ask anyone to do is literally just buy some of our products. It's the best of both worlds. 1, we get rid of old inventory. 2, we get money. But 3, you get something. It's a win-win for everybody. So the more sales we have, the more money we have to build out the studio, which will allow us to make more money. It's a snowball thing. But anyways, if you are interested in supporting this channel or us at all, at any point, literally just buy a product from us. I tried to work and talk at the same time and I couldn't. To all of you that are still watching and watch consistently, we really do appreciate it. Anytime we do anything, whether it's a video or a t-shirt release, you just never know what's gonna do. And you try your hardest and hope for the best. So to see even one person connect with it and enjoy it is worth it. So thank you. All right, is it straight? Nope. All right, 1. Sweet. That's a good start. We'll make it look pretty later once we have everything unpacked, but I think that's a good start and it's nice to have things unpacked and it's starting to feel like a real space now and I'm very excited. We also need to get our press back in here and I'm gonna do it by myself, so wish me luck. Oh my God, this thing is so freaking heavy. Ugh. Oh, I need to sit down. Oh. Okay. Base done. Okay. See if we can get this throttled in by ourselves. I think we can do it. Oh my God. Okay. Slide this guy down. Hopefully. I tell you what, this press is never leaving this room again. Like that, perfect. Top piece. There's so much grease on my fingers, which means this thing is nice and maintained and stuff, but it's hard to get off. Okay, how does she swing? All right, we're looking good now. I'm beyond excited to use this thing. In fact, I think next week we're just gonna throw some crappy shirts on with some old screens and just get her going, test her out. You can slowly start to see the organization that is going to happen here just with the couple squeegees we have. We need to get more pegboard accessories. We're just kind of working what we have, but we're gonna get more shelving so we can have all our inks out at once, all organized by color, obviously. Tape, rags, tools, and I'm just excited to have things just right there, easily accessible as we're printing. It's gonna be so nice. Whoever invented pegboard, like this is my first time actually using pegboard. It's incredible. Like whoever invented it, thank you. This is just the start of it, and I know it's just gonna grow and evolve as we get workflow and use for it. But man, like it's just incredible. I just love pegboard. And now we take off the floor tape. Before you see it, rate it 1 out of 10. How do you think of a clean line and peel are we gonna get? I'm gonna be lowerly optimistic and say like a 6 out of 10. Well, despite the fact that we did good on our side, it incidentally took up some of the paint on the other side. So it kind of looks terrible. So we might go in with some of the leftover red paint, clean it up a little bit as much as we can. But not overly upset about how it went overall. We might even think about a way to kind of like trim it off. If we added like a vinyl flooring, it would be easy. You just add kind of like a, not a baseboard, but trim of some sort. So if you have any ideas in the comments, let us know. I think overall, I'm like very satisfied with the work we got done today. As much as it wasn't necessarily construction work, we got a lot organized, we got a little bit more unpacked, furniture built, and it's slowly becoming usable, even in a fraction of the end. So that's a win. I have no idea if the current, that's heavy, why is that heavy? Hopefully this fits right here. If it doesn't, there's really not much of a backup plan. Wow, that's actually gonna fit perfect. Oh, okay. So this desk was something that I had come up with and designed, gosh, probably like 10 years ago at this point. And it was basically to use this nice plank woods, I don't even remember where they were from, with these like side compartment drawers, which at the time when I want to say I designed this in like middle school. What these little side storage trays turned into was just junk drawers, as you can see. And the long-term goal is not to use this desk in the workspace, but until we can cut plywood, this is what we're gonna have to deal with for now. I would like to find a use for this desk somehow, and at worst case, if I can't, at least steal this wood off and find a use for it, because it's like really cool, fun looking wood with a lot of character, old growth wood. In the meantime, it's gonna be a temporary desk so we can actually start editing some videos, scanning some film, getting some stuff done. So let's get our computer and everything set up. Aha, you are working now. Why is this so wobbly? I don't like how wobbly this desk is, but it kind of is what it is. I can't tell you how nice it is to have, even if it's permanent, a like actual spot to work. Even in our apartment, like I had this desk, but it was just always filled with junk or heat press because we were using it to make shirts. So to finally have a space to just have a computer, sit down, work, get stuff done, I'm super excited. It's very nice. Okay, big lights off. It's a little dark, you probably can't even see me. And we're gonna get more, but we got the lava lamp over here, the IKEA, whatever it was, lamp over here. We get a couple more, some soft lighting, get some like lo-fi chill music going. It's just gonna be a peaceful zen work zone where we can just focus, lock in, get stuff done. I am beyond excited. So I actually did want to take a quick second, interrupt this video and say that we are doing a studio sale right now on our website. We're clearing out a bunch of stock, old stock, overstock, things like that. We're even going to include a mystery item. This is going to be a test print, something random from our studio that we've made that's one of one. I normally hate asking for people to support us. I hate self-advertising, but this really is going to help us fund our studio. It's going to go directly towards the studio build. And if you buy anything, it really does mean the world. So click the card, click the link in the bio, and let's get back to the video. It is finally time to get this press finally set up and do a couple random test prints on it. We got this press off of Facebook Marketplace for $350. It's a super solid, sturdy press. It's going to be our go-to for a while. No idea how it works, but we got to assemble the frame holders, the platens, and then we're just going to get a couple old screens, some raggy shirts, and just see what it's like, get some test prints on, maybe try a couple multicolor. I'm just so excited. So excited right now. These are the frame holders, and I at least know how these attach. So that's good. Anything else? No idea. Am I doing this right? This is an old press with like no manuals on it. But it's a good quality still. It's just kind of older, so it's not like a new... There's no instruction manuals, so we're gonna figure it out. We're getting somewhere. Now the trickiest part that I've had, because I tried this once already, is how to attach these platens. Because when I tried it, it didn't seem like the most sane system. There's just kind of these bolts down here. Let's see then. It's like putting IKEA furniture together. People are always giving crap to IKEA. They just don't give you... That's better. Tighten these bolts down and we're gonna be good to go. We're just gonna put 2 on. We're gonna even see if we can even fit a second one. I'm gonna guess that the answer is no, but I could be wrong. Okay, we got it. Look how close this is to the wall though. Ooh. I don't know if we can live with that for forever. All right, let's take you for a ride. Want to go the other way? So, yeah, one of the platens made a mark on the wall, if you can see that. So I don't know if this room is gonna work out that well. But nonetheless, let's change into some grubby clothes and get some shirts on this thing. Okay, we've got a couple different screens we're gonna throw on here. You might recognize these screens. That's Dusty. They've just been kind of sitting around. I just haven't brought myself to get rid of the screen, but it's literally got ink sitting in it. It's not gonna print well. None of these shirts are gonna print well. It's just a base test to get printing again, just to try out this press. So it's not gonna be the world's best print. This episode is gonna be a lot of boring adjustments to things, but it's just how things gotta be. It's all part of the process of learning how this machine works. I know it's gonna take a while for us to get the hang of this thing, but practice makes perfect. Okay, that feels so nice. This press does not have micro registrations, which is something that's like kind of sad. Just means some more accurate things are going to be a little, not that they can't be done, they're just going to be a little more annoying because we do want to do some CMYK stuff that takes some precision work. See, this is too tight right here. 2 screens, 2 platens. We're just gonna do a couple base, gritty, 2 color, 2 station work. Does this screen not even fit? Oh Lord. The screen's too thin. It won't, these won't go down far enough. Gosh dang it. I mean, I'm not gonna be too upset. Like, the first screen was an actually good screen. These are just crappy Amazon screens. I was hoping for some shims. These are a little thick, but it should work enough for now. Yeah, okay. We'll do for now until we get new screens. These are just some like sample shirts we grabbed, and now they're gonna turn into test shirts. These platens definitely need to be cleaned. These aren't gonna be centered. They're gonna be crooked. It is what it is. We're just here to practice. And we spin, hit the wall over there, great, and load up another shirt. It's already so much nicer to have the shirts hanging and not on a desk. That is like one of the underrated things I'm excited about. All right, let's get some ink on here. This is all just random leftover ink. Like, it's been sitting for a while. We're using Plastisol right now. That might change, but this is like excess mixed inks, leftover inks we've been saving for literally exactly this purpose. This is just going to be the most jankest thing you've ever seen. All right, the first print on our new press. You can't see it, but there is something there. Let's throw it on this shirt. Okay, see what's nice about that is we lifted up the screen, put it back down, and nothing moved, which is incredible. So let's flash it and do that second screen in color. The only thing I kind of don't like about this press is it like doesn't stay down. You're gonna have to hold it down. Looky there, actually that's a pretty decent little print right there. All right, we're gonna skirt over here and do the same thing we just did. That is not bad for a first little test print on the press. Obviously, there's no real design. Colors are terrible. Design's terrible, overlapping, whatever. This press is gonna be awesome, and I'm so excited to get a flow and a rhythm down. Look at this one too. I mean, you can't see the first design, but that's pretty freaking sweet. One print in, and we already got ink on thing. All right, well, I think we're done for now, but that was such a success. Even if the prints obviously didn't turn out, they're just leftover screens and inks. We'll dial some things in, but man, I'm just so excited to just get some music going. The design's all pressed in and just swing, press. Our productivity is gonna go up. Our ratio of trashed shirts is going to go down. We're going to have, more. Our success rate. Our success rate is going to go up. It's going to be incredible, and I'm so excited. So you know how when we were getting ready to paint this wall, how we said there might be water issues? There's some previous water damage, just kind of all flaking up. Well, there is, and it's a little worse than we thought. So there's probably a lot of other issues outside that we need to figure out. That's a different conversation. Long story short, we had a bunch of snow melt very fast, and we came downstairs and there was water on the floor all over here. We're still figuring out where exactly it's coming from. Luckily, it didn't hit our computer, any of our equipment. The only casualty was a couple rolls of films that were sitting on the floor, which shouldn't have been on the floor in the first place. They sat in the water for a little bit, and it's semi-ruined. Good news is they were scanned already. Bad news is we are completely throwing out our whole entire plan for the studio. Maybe not completely, but there's going to be a lot of changes. The first big change we're going to make to our studio is we're going to tear down this wall. If you haven't been keeping track, behind this wall and through this door over here is our screen printing press. And honestly, I think this is going to work out for the better because as you probably saw last week in our video, the press really did not fit in that room. It was scraping against the wall. One of the plattons made a mark on the wall, if you can see that. So I don't know if this room is going to work out that well. It was causing a lot of issues, and I don't think it was going to be the final solution moving forward. And if I'm being honest, I kind of wanted to tear down that wall in the first place. It's really just going to open up this space a whole lot more. I don't have to walk in and out of rooms. And I know that seems like a small thing, but it would just be nice to walk right from a workbench right over to a press. I don't know. I just, in the grand scheme of things, I think this is going to make me be completely 100% satisfied with how our studio build is going to end up. Whereas I think before it probably would have been 80 to 90, which still isn't bad. It still would have been great. It still would have worked. But even though this means a lot of extra work, it's going to be worth it. So the first thing we do before we tear down this wall is we're going to move a press out into that room, move our desk and computer setups into this room, because that's kind of the final setup it's going to look like. I'm just going to do a quick, simple switcheroo. And unfortunately, once again, we moved the press. This press, never leaving this room again. There's just no good way to do this. If you ever buy one of these presses, just get a friend. Three, two, one. Okay, let's make sure this is actually where we want it. So that's great. That's fine. Got it. All right, there we go. Spin, spin, spin. So this room that was once a screen printing room is going to transform into our workspace. Now, if you remember in the first or second video we did, we kind of explained our first original ideas of a U shape. And we're actually going to turn back to that idea. So this is our temporary desk setup, but it's going to roughly be starting about here, going to this wall, and then another all along this wall, and then back in a U shape all the way across this wall. Again, this wall's going to come out. So we're going to go back to the island idea, which is going to be right here. It's going to be a little wider, probably about 4 feet, again, for tie-dyeing, all that stuff, a little bit of a wider work area. And I think this orientation is actually going to give us a little bit of more workspace and work area. Again, we're going to keep the idea of plywood walls, and it's going to extend along this side wall and this back wall. So it's going to be a little bit more wood, but in the grand scheme of things, it's going to be worth it, and it's going to look sweet in here. Not only that, but the power situation is way better in here. Out there, we were going to have to jerry-rig, either run new electrical boxes or just power cords and extension cords, neither of which was a great option. There's an outlet here and another one on the other wall. Power is not going to be an issue now, and that is a huge blessing. And then back out here into what was going to be our workspace is going to turn into screen printing area. I still feel like it's honestly just a tiny bit small, but it's not going to be an underworld. So right here is going to be our main screen printing spot. We're going to be slinging stuff here. There's going to be an island right here. So there's going to be storage shelves underneath, a work area, and it's going to be a little convenient to have screen printing supplies there, easily accessible. So that workflow is kind of nice. Here, we've got this whole wall open, and I think we're going to put the pegboard here. We're going to try and salvage it from this wall. You might have some left over, and build something out and throw it on here. There's some water issues here. As you can see, this stuff is coming back even though we primed, painted 2 times, separate issue that's not related to New Union Market. Not a concern, not worried, but I didn't really want to put workbenches here, computers here, that could potentially get ruined or damaged if there was a catastrophic event. So here's a little bit of evidence of that water damage, a little bit more over here. Just things we didn't want to put wood on the floor and have be an issue. Also, this is all spots from where our desk chair was. So that's another problem we're gonna have to figure out. Another reason we're moving this wall, this drywall, it's not really there. Sagging, coming off, and we were trying to avoid tearing it down, but we're just gonna have to knock it out. I really do think that knocking down this wall, in the grand scheme of things, is gonna be a positive move. It's gonna make the whole space feel way more open. I know it feels cramped right now, just with the press right here, the wall right here, but once this is knocked out, it's gonna feel really open, and it's gonna be way more accessible to grab the things we need quickly, instead of having to walk in and out of this room, through that door, walk back out, all that stuff. A lot more work, but we get to tear down a wall, and that's gonna be fun. We're also just gonna get a lot of more light in here, which is gonna be really nice. We get a lot of nice light, even from this small little glass block window, and opening this up is gonna flow all that light into there. So just another bonus. Now, the main issue out here is this little gremlin. Most of the reason we had the press in the other room was so this guy would not get into inks and stuff. So we're gonna have to figure out a solution for that. This setup really does give us way more space to walk around. I mean, we can practically jog around this thing. Even here, it's a little tight, but really even not that bad. In fact, I'm probably gonna throw some more shirts on the press and just sling some more shirts because it's just fun. Half the reason I do plastisol is to just leave screens out with inks and stuff, which, like I said, I don't want to do, so we'll have to figure out a solution for that. I'm almost thinking just a canvas cover to put over them, temporarily just a garbage bag, I don't know. But yeah, that's kind of an update, our plan moving forward. I know this negates a lot of the work we did in past weeks. Trust me, I'm not happy about it either. But this decision is snowballing a lot of other decisions that are gonna be a huge net positive. The next steps is to knock out this wall, paint the walls and the floor where the wall was, patch up other spots on the floor that we've either gotten ink or some of the concrete floors deteriorated. Honestly, I want to give a lot of this floor a second coat in general. And then we move forward as originally planned in a way. Obviously the design is different, but the plan for the most part stays the same. And the first step is going to be trying to get rid of this pegboard and try and salvage as much of it as we can, because we are going to try and reuse it elsewhere, considering this wall will be gone shortly. So let's clear this off. I'm really hoping we can just easily pry it off without damaging it. I think it's just a couple nails that we might have to chisel out. Something just dropped. Part of the problem is when I painted this, I definitely painted over some nails. So there's kind of a couple layers that we're gonna have to get at. And I really probably should have bought a chisel. So we're just gonna have to make do with what we can. There's one nail. I guess technically this end of a hammer is kind of like the chisel. And it's gonna do for now. See if that did anything. Oh yeah. All right, we're in business. Oh, it's falling. There it goes. Okay. We were not well prepared for that. We chipped the corner, debating if it's even worth trying to salvage this. We'll try. I do, however, want to try and salvage as much of this little board, 1x4s, I guess, not even, on here, because there are just random things we'll use this for, and it'll be kind of nice to try and save. You can never have too many scrap pieces of wood. I really wish I had a chisel. Not that this isn't working, but, oh, that's a long screw. It would be a lot easier with a chisel. I said we're gonna try and save this. I also don't feel like being overly careful, if I'm being honest. Like I said, I tried. That was making me freaking mad. They nailed these in with like 5-inch screws or nails. I feel like that's excessive. Maybe not, I guess it's holding pegboard, just holding stuff. I don't know. It's just wood. We can buy more. Not only are these nails deep, I think they're just old. I can't get a grip on them with a hammer. I don't understand. I love how we said we're gonna salvage this wood, but it's pissing me off. That nail came out though. We might be able to salvage something, but man. Is salvaging a couple pieces of scrap wood worth an extra hour of work? I don't know. Not in my opinion. I just hammered through the wall. Well, we salvaged this piece at least. Kinda, sort of. We can use it for something. I found trying to get the nail out is impossible. So you just go at the whole piece of wood and hope it all comes out together. And that's working decently so far. Yeah, all right. That strategy's working a little better. All right, 2 for 3. There we go. This one is so close to the cinder block wall. Oh, never mind. I came out really easy. And then same thing on this side. Might be able to just pull it off if I'm real lucky. Okay. See? Ooh, almost there. Okay. Got it. Smashed that other corner again. That is a green wall. Now, I'm actually pretty confident if we just go at this with a rubber mallet, it's just gonna come out. Or not. That's loud. It's down here in the bottom. No, really? I thought this was gonna come out really easy. It kinda is. There we go. Hi. There definitely might be a better way of doing this, but this is working so far. So it is what it is. We got shoes, we got gloves, okay? So quit typing your comment right now. It's interesting tearing down this wall because we can definitely tell there's a slight water damage. But before we start tearing this down, let's clean this up. Hindsight would have been to paint the floor after, but we didn't have the gift of hindsight. This is a last minute thing because this is making a mess, like an absolute mess. This is just one wall. Like how do demo renovators do this? Like people say they love demo day. Yeah, it's fun to kick down a wall until you have to clean up the mess. It's a new day. We're all cleaned up until we continue the demo. But before I turn on all the other lights and we get to work, just look at this. I don't know if you can see me because all the lights are off, but just the amount of natural light that's just kind of expanded and flowing throughout this whole space now. It's incredible, and I'm so excited to finish tearing down this wall, so let's go. Now, the first step is figuring out how this wall is even attached. I literally just think each one of these beams is held in by a single nail, which is crazy, honestly. So I guess we'll just pull those nails out and see if it comes down. Man, I cannot get a grip on these nails. Half of it is just getting the paint off of these. So we should be able to take out the rest of these beams and boards up here and literally just pull the wall down. Nope, that's not what we wanted. There we go. Yeah, see now, that's literally all that was holding it in. Now we are gonna try and save as many of these 2x4s as possible because I think we're gonna turn it into like a screen printing drying rack. And when I say come out easy, it never actually does because there's some conduit of the electrical variety that is in the way. I think if we can just get it unstapled, should be able to get enough slack to get it out of the way here. All right, now we can route that up and over. Sweet. Now, I do want to try and keep this board here because it is holding up some plywall or drywall that's plywall. Some drywall that's going up the stairs. So we're gonna have to figure out how to take this down without taking this down, which this would all be easier if we just decided to take out this door first. And of course the bottom screws are being stubborn. Okay, that door's being dumb. So I think we're just gonna start here. Look at that. Whole thing's falling off. There we go. Oh yeah. We're gonna run into some clearance issues here though. Look, I just moved a wall. Look at that. 30 minutes later, 2 strip screws, 1 broken bolt, and I think we can finally get this door off. Yeah. Yeah. I left the bracket on down here. It won't come off this wall, so that's great. Can't get a good angle at this. Okay, found the issue. There's nails right here, which I should have thought about, that are holding this wall in. We're really gonna have to do some guess work here to try and figure out. Hey, we got the nail though. First try. It's really sunk in there though, so it's gonna be tricky to get out. Way it's that easy. Shoot. Cool. Might just have to shimmy and jam this thing. Did I get it out? Hey, I at least got it out of there. Not in the most proper way, I'm sure, but it's out of there. Gotta figure out how these boards are attached too. I'm not really sure. because this is under the stairway. I doubt it's nailed. I don't think it's nailed from the other side of this. So I really don't know where to get this board off of. I just can't tell what's going on here. We might have to go in the crawl space. It should be right here. I'm not seeing any nail sole on this side, which that is helpful for our case. Let's never go back in here. We might be able to just pry this off, because this will at least tell us if there's any resistance, that there's something going on somewhere. I'm all confused. So we're trying to leave this board on, right? I forgot, we're trying to leave this board on. So we're gonna have to rethink some things so that we can keep this board up on the wall. So this might be a little tricky. We're just gonna crack off that wood. We don't really need that short piece. Now I think the only thing holding this wall in is this board up here that was cut out. So I think if we just jigsaw this board up here, she should just fall right down. This is our first time using a jigsaw ever, and this is a vintage one. But it should work, as long as we don't hit a nail. That's gonna. I know this isn't what I need for this, but this is literally the only saw we have. It's coming up from over here, I think. Don't do what I do, okay? Let's just be clear. Cool. That won't fit either. You know what? We're trapped. We need to strip all the nails out of these boards, separate all of them, and prep them, and do some other cleanup that we're gonna need to do since we tore down the wall, like painting the center block, the floor, general cleanup, things like that. We also might try and take this wood and make it into a little screen, storage rack, but we'll see if we have time to do that this week. So let's get started separating all these boards. It might be a little hard to see just on video, but even with the board still kind of laying everywhere, it really opens up this whole space way more than it used to, and I'm so excited about that. I'm trying to figure out the best way to take these boards apart that's not gonna fall everywhere. Maybe I'm being naive. Might need to take this base molding off first. It's like really hard to figure out how any of these boards are connected together. I'm like fighting the urge to just tear these boards apart, but I am trying to save them as much as possible. Oops. Oh, jeez. This wood down here at the bottom is definitely rotted, which gives you a little hint as to why we tore down this wall. Oh, that board's free. There we go, we're getting somewhere now. We kind of just needed one board to come free, and the rest of them will kind of slot out, kind of like a puzzle. Still a lot of nails to get out though. That's splitting wood, but what can you do? There we go. Yeah, we split this end. We might be able to get something out of it. We'll see. But again, now that like that end's out, you can probably just pull this end out. So it's just in with one nail. Two. No. Yeah, like that. There we go. They nailed this boards over these nails. That's so annoying. Some of these nails are like so sunk deep into these boards. It's like kind of hard to get them out without just snapping them off. Like that. Probably the same thing with this one. See, this right here is a screw. Everything else is nails. Like, why would you do that? so bad. All right, first board done. So this board was on the floor, and as you can see, it's a little rotted out, which is that's why we did all this and took all this wall out, because we knew there was a little bit of damage. So it's always satisfying knowing you go to a bunch of extra work to do something, and it was worth it. There's a reason for it. Okay, boards are done, nails are out. We're going to clean up all the nails on the floor, sweep up, clean up. But first we're going to clean up the walls because it's going to go on the floors anyways. And there's just a little bit of prep work that we're going to need to do, because obviously we're going to need to paint this little bit of wall and this little bit of floor. We're going to need to clean and patch this edge too, going up to the stairs, and because we'll probably want to end up painting this bit of plywood. Not plywood. We'll probably want to paint this 2x4 too, so gotta get all these nails out too. I mean, not that we want nails sticking out of here anyways, so. I can't tell if this 2x4 is like, it's not structural, but I don't want to take it out if there's not drywall behind it, aka ruin that drywall. So the goal is to keep it where it's at, but there's some things in front of it that's going to make it difficult. And this board's underneath it, down here. We might actually have to take it out. There we go. I just can't figure out how this board's attached to take it off. That's kind of the issue. Well, this part's just going to come off, and we're just going to figure it out. Can't really patch this piece of drywall, so that's whoopsies. Kind of wanted this drywall there, so. Yeah, we might just have to replace this board of plywood, but it's not the end of the world. Cool, so we'll just clean up this junk and get ready to paint. Oh my gosh, that was a complete failure. And then we do have a couple holes in the concrete to fill, maybe clean up some of these edges, because we are going to obviously need to paint this strip. This is working better than the wire brush, but it's still going to be hard to not see a difference or have a obvious gap in the floor, but we're going to do the best we can and try and make it as least noticeable as possible. The good news is most of this is probably going to be covered by a workbench, so not a huge deal. I feel like there's something in there still. Yep, perfect. Should probably be filling these with something other than masonry caulk filler, but it's what we got. Oh, That actually looks like a perfect line. If we just feather out back here, nice. As I say as I go and screw it up more, I shouldn't have touched it. There's still a couple gaps that I'm trying to avoid. Ooh, nailed it on the first try. Not want any chances for water to get through here. How straight of a line do you think we can get with this? Oh my gosh. What am I thinking? Flimsy little thing. I think we should have enough leftover white paint to fill this gap and get done what we need to get done. Hopefully. Assuming it doesn't need multiple coats, which honestly might not. It might be okay. I have a feeling there's definitely going to be an obvious gap here, but it's okay. It's not the end of the world, and pretty sure our plywood wall is going to extend on here. So it'll get covered up anyways. Alright, we did a second coat. Now it is time to once again paint the floors. Unfortunately, we did have to get a whole brand new gallon of paint because we ran out. So there's another $40. Honestly though, it kind of worked out because right now there's a lot of spots we need to patch up. And I know there's going to be spots in the future that we're going to need to patch up, which does make me a little worried that this floor, aka paint, is going to be a little hard to clean. So we will have some extra paint to touch up spots in the future, but I would like to avoid having to do that, if that makes sense. Like especially right here where our chair was, that is going to need some touch-ups. The spots where we spilled screen printing ink. And it honestly happened so fast, which is why I'm worried. But that being said, we're just going to do a general swath of kind of everywhere, get a good coverage of everything, and get everything a little bit of an extra coat, especially the areas we already talked about. Okay, we honestly probably covered about 60-70% of the space. There's probably going to be a couple spots that need touch-ups, especially the spots that we haven't painted at all yet. And honestly, this concrete floor only got one coat of paint, right? Yeah. So really, considering that we have to throw down a second coat is not that bad. I'm just hoping this isn't going to be a recurring thing, because like a month or two after painting, and it's already got a lot of scuffs, scratches, stains. Not stains, we spilled ink. We're just gonna have to get better about trying not to spill ink and stuff, because it seems to be really hard to clean up. And maybe this is something where we just do a yearly freshen up, touch up. I'd love for that not to be the case, because that's a lot of extra work. Not that it's a lot of extra work, it maybe took me 20 minutes to do a rough touch up paint. We're going to hang up a backdrop to cover all of this, electrical panels and pipes, and it'll also serve as a photo backdrop for product photos. Now, the idea originally was to throw up the curtain rod ceilings at the joists, but they're honestly not in good increments at the spot to cover up everything. It's going to leave some gaps, and I think we're going to run into some obstacles that are going to kind of mess with us. We've got the whole thing assembled. So, okay. So let's say we're going to need as much distance as possible. Now that we might have enough length, but we are kind of running into some pipes. Okay, I think we can route it just above the pipes. Maybe. But see now, the issue is this is connecting to no joist. It's just hanging there. So that's what I mean about the increments between the joists. We're going to have to put this in here. We can kind of bend it. I don't know if I love that idea, but it is an idea. Cool. I have feels sturdy enough. Now there's definitely going to be a gap on this wall where the ceiling post is, but it's going to have to be what it is. The key here is getting it to line up. I don't know if that's going to screw in, but we're going to see. Now that we have this in, I literally don't know if I can thread this through. It almost needs to be lower like this. Oh wait, actually, I think I can get it. Oh my gosh. Barely get it. It's literally by like half an inch, not the right. Like the problem is it's got like 2 inches right here. If it didn't have that, I could just shove it right up above everything, but that like 2-3 inches is hitting right at where all the pipes are. We might be okay. So I am going to now throw up the backdrop we brought. It's supposed to be for like high school senior photos and like that kind of thing. But I think it's kind of sweet. It's going to fit our vibe. It's going to make this corner not look gross and dingy. You probably can't see it in this light, but it's kind of like a blue tie-dye kind of thing, which it fits our brain colors, fits our vibe. It's going to be sweet. See, just like that. Oh my gosh. Looks so much better. I'm going to try and cut around this pipe and extend it to the end. Actually, I don't think it's wide enough. So now kind of the question is, do I want to cover the electrical panel or this piping over here? I guess we can move the curtain around, but let us know in the comments, should we cover the electrical panel or should we cover this piping over here? What should we do? I actually kind of do hate that it doesn't cover up these pipes. I don't know how I feel about that. But it does do a decent job of covering up most of the space, and it looks kind of sweet. We do have to figure out a couple things, though. So it does kind of cover up all of our camera shelving that we built and set up, which I'm kind of sad about because I liked what it looks. Even though that was the original plan, I don't want to move out in front because that's going to look weird. Actually, you know what? Let's just throw it behind and try it. Sorry, lava lamp. That roughly covers it up. I kind of hate that. I'll just be honest. It balloons weird. Honestly, maybe we could kind of like crimp it back this way. Like that. That's better, but I still don't know if I love that. So I think we're just going to have to cover up all our cameras, which is kind of sad. Maybe if we pull them out a little bit. That's not bad, actually. It just leaves a weird gap back here. But we could always stuff stuff back there and add it as more storage. It just makes it tight right here. I don't know. We're just going to have to figure all this stuff out. For now, I do think I'm going to move everything and set everything up like that. Because I want to see all our cameras and easily grab them, you know? Okay, I'm actually not really that upset at that. I think that looks okay. It's probably going to look better without this here, though. Oh yeah, way better. Yeah, I think that works. I don't think it's too awkwardly cramped right here either. I still do hate that these pipes are exposed, but I don't know. We'll figure something out. You know, you put a chair here, it's going to be kind of nice. Okay, so I did actually move the mounting point of the curtain rod a little bit over as far as I could. I bent it a little bit, so now it's kind of at an angle to kind of help cover this up, get this closer. I still kind of hate that you can see all this, but you can really only see it when you're from this angle. I could even add a hook there or something to kind of make it a little less noticeable. But overall, I'm pretty happy. Now, we do have a decent amount of fabric here that we're going to need to trim so it doesn't bunch up on the floor weird. Kind of hoping we can just rip this. Yes, perfect. Beautiful. Now that lays perfect. And I think this leftover fabric might be just, oh my gosh, it's almost perfect. To a little extension, we might even sew it over probably, so it can mount on the curtain rod, and I might even staple it so it goes all the way to the end, or something like that. Sweet. That worked out really well, actually. We're even gonna throw a couple lights, mount these to the ceiling so they're out of the way, and we can just permanently have some lights ready to turn on with just a tap of a button. That way we can just easily, quickly take some product photos. Hey, smudging the winds. We've got a couple lighting mounts. We're gonna mount them to the joist right here, and then they'll be out of the way, and it's gonna be great. Cool. So now I should be able to just throw this on there, and now we can have rotating adjustable lights, throw them at our screen printing press, throw them at our backdrop, wherever we need them depending on what we're doing, which is going to be so convenient. If you've wondered why some of our videos have been nicely lit, we have started using these, and it's way better than the crappy overhead incandescent lights, to say the least. We're going to have to cable manage this a little bit, but just like that, we have light. We're gonna throw these on some smart outlets too. Why did they do it like that? Oh my gosh. The electrical in this house is so dumb. But we are gonna throw it on some smart outlets so we can just flick it on easily. Not have to climb up and turn it on and all that, so that's gonna be super convenient. I'm gonna throw another one up above our screen printing press. That way we can have nice, even lighting when we're screen printing, and obviously for content as well. I'm mounting this one on the side of the joist so it's not really in the way of our press and our screens, things like that. It is a little low if it's just kind of hanging there, so this is going to look a little neater. And then this one might look kind of weird. We're going to position it like this so it's kind of even over the top lighting. We don't have to deal with any shadows. If we threw it behind us or something, we're going to get shadows. This way it's top down, we can get a nice even, but looking light, but that still looks good, you know? Now this one is going to require a little more extensive powerage routing, but luckily we bought cable clips. We actually might get so lucky right now, we might not need an extension cord, which we bought, so this light, it's going to shine right here, right on our screen printing area. And you can see there's just nice even light for us when we need some accurate screen printing. There's no shadows behind us. We can print. It's going to be great. We threw our lava lamps on SmartFlux 2. This whole studio is going to be, with the touch of a button, it's going to all turn on once everything's set up. It's going to be sweet. But for now, we have light, beautiful light, not ugly overhead lighting. So now all our future videos are going to look incredible. Our screen printing videos are going to look amazing. It just feels nice to have everything automated, hung up, nice lighting, not ugly incandescents. Today we are taking these old scrap 2x4s and turning them into a screen printing storage and drying rack. We've already got our measurements already, so let's get this stuff moved outside and let's start cutting. Okay, we should have more than enough wood right here. This is all leftover wood from when we tore down our wall. The goal of this screen printing rack, it's going to be super budget friendly. It's not going to really cost us anything besides a couple of screws, maybe some paint. It's going to be the classic mantra, scrappy, but not crappy. So we're just going to make basically a simplified wooden box. It probably isn't going to look like the prettiest thing, but it's going to be functional and it's going to be next to nothing cost-wise. So, like I said, we already have all our measurements. So let's just measure out what we're going to need, starting with the longest board first. It is going to be 54 inches tall. 54 inches right there. We did actually have to buy a saw because we literally have like no power tools. So I know this probably isn't the highest quality one, but it was on sale and it's going to be good enough to do what we need it to do. I'm going to actually make kind of a little shelf here since we don't have a workbench, but we're gonna find a way around it here. All right, let's just go right for it here. Cool, that was easy enough. Now we can use this board as our guide for the rest of the 4 that we need of these. All right, let's see if these boards pieces are even. Close enough. These boards are definitely slightly warped, so hopefully that's not an issue soon. Last one. We've got our 4 height boards. They're close enough to being the same size. The sawdust is gonna make me sneeze. So these are gonna sit like this. We'll get more boards over this, make a cube, essentially. Then the next boards just need to be 24.5. Just 4 more cuts. These ones are 26 inches. We've still even got a couple extra boards too, which is a huge bonus. Okay, we brought all the pieces inside and we'll assemble it here just so we don't have to worry about fitting it down the stairs, through the door, things like that. Should come together pretty simple. We're gonna build the front box first. Also, screws are expensive. I feel like screws should be kind of cheap. They're not. Okay, so you can kind of see the rough box that's gonna form. This is definitely going to be a good test to see how good our construction skills are because our experience is about 0. So this will be a nice little test before we delve into some big giant workspace benches. Like that's not how you're supposed to drill a screw in, but it worked, I guess. I don't know if it's me or the drill that kind of sucks. I'm not getting any drive on this thing. I mean, it'll work, I guess, but it's annoying. I already know this is gonna be so jank. Oh, it might not be too bad, actually. Hold up, it's a little jank, but this is the basic idea of the thing. So if I did this right, that's really wide. Why is that so wide? I did it wrong. I was supposed to put these 2x4s on top of these. I mean, we could put them in like this. Originally, we were going to put them in like this. Obviously, that's not going to work. As long as we might have to recut some pieces, but we should be able to salvage this, I think. Hopefully. I mean, kind of don't have a choice. I'm not cutting more wood. Kind of is what it is. We're just going to build the other one and figure it out. Like, there's going to be a blister right here from pushing. I don't know if it was just like the old wood, the bad drill, I don't know what, but geez. We have these 2 frames, are not half bad. Then we're supposed to put these in like this. We cut the boards so that they will fit after we screwed up the design. And then these boards are gonna attach like this. And another board down here. Now we just screw these boards in. I did find it was way more useful to do little pilot holes with this hardwood and my crappy drill, so we're gonna do that and hope it works out better. That went way better. All right, that's how you do it now. Okay, we're gonna flip it up and do the same thing on the other side. I just realized I screwed through the other side of these boards. We gotta swap these out for different screws. When I said crappy, did you think it was literally gonna be this crappy? It at least fits our screen, so what more can you ask for? All things considered, it's pretty sturdy enough. It's definitely janky, whatever. It's gonna be good enough. We're back with more screws, which means we get to undo a lot of this and re-screw it all. I will tell you what though, these screws are going in way easier than the other ones. Okay, this side is all done and finished. I am gonna drill a couple screws into these cross beams vertically to add a bit more structural stability. Pilot holes are definitely the way to go on this though. After screwing everything in, I just realized this side is angled outward and crooked. So we have to, once again, unscrew it. But you know what? I'm not gonna show you any of that because you've already seen so much of us screwing and unscrewing and screwing up. So let's just cut to when we're all done. And we're done. This thing is pretty sturdy overall. It's a little lopsided because of one of the warped boards, but it is what it is. I think we're gonna go the wobbly side on the bottom so that this is top for one reason. The top is also going to act as an exposure unit. So we're gonna put that on top with our screen on top like this. I don't know, we gotta figure out the exact logistics. We're gonna mount our light under here and then we'll have a DIY exposure unit. The next step is going to cut our little 1x4 guides to hold the screens, which those need to be roughly, we're gonna go 20 inches, so it's a nice even number. This is all we could make with these scrap 1x4s that we had, but we're gonna see how much we can get done with this. So we are gonna try and be a little bit more precise with these boards and measure them out because we want them to be level across the board. If they are going to be holding emulsion, it needs to have an even flat surface. Now, get this leveled out. All right, other side is nailed in. Now it's time for the test here. Okay, I think that actually might be perfect. Let's see how level the screen is. Oh my gosh, it's like perfectly level. Guys, I think we did it. Sweet, well, we're just gonna keep plugging away, see how many slots we can get done. Let's see if this works. Kitty, get out of here. Sweet. I probably could have spaced these a little closer together, but honestly, I don't think we're gonna have too many screens at one point. We have 5 total. We can fit probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. So, I mean, that's 10 screens. I feel like that's pretty good. We'll just need to get some more 1x4 boards and cut those to fill out the rest of this. The goal was to get it kind of light sealed so I can throw everything in there and can dry with the emulsion on there. But I'm thinking I don't want to mess with that. So tentatively moving forward, it's just going to be open sides like this. So then we're going to try and route this roughly. So we will need to have another something here to mount this on. Man, I really shot myself in the foot here. I don't have room with this board in the way. Okay, we're going to take this board here, attach the boards we need, and then reattach this board all in one. Yeah, so we'll assemble like this, reattach, and hope everything lines up. Okay, so that at least slots in very nice. Okay, the moment of truth. Oh, think we're gonna be all right here. Our exposure light is gonna slot in perfectly just like that. So the next step is to enclose this exposure area so that there's no leakage of light and it can kind of reflect up into here. So we're gonna cut some plywood to face along these edges. Got our plywood and some tracks, and we're gonna do our best to cut it straight. Honestly, I mean, that's straight enough. Not bad for a first time ever using a track saw. So this should, oh, perfect. Perfect, and then this will go on the sides, like this. Then another board on this side. And slowly by slowly, we're closing this in. Cool, so let's plug this in and you'll see how it looks. Okay, so obviously there'll be a screen on top of here, but we've got a little exposure unit. Then we'll throw our screen on top with our stencil and our glass panel. This is gonna actually, hopefully we'll have to test it out, but I think this should work out pretty well. There's a couple gaps for sure. I mean, it's not fully light sealed, but it doesn't need to be. We're gonna put reflective tape on the inside of this And then it's just gonna reflect, add some more ambient light, spread it out a little bit. And then finally, our screens go in like that. And all of this, considering this is literally all scrap wood, even the plywood, like that's pretty crazy. And I'm glad we did this because this was a good first step to begin construction, considering this is like the most complex thing I have constructed yet. Makes me a little more confident when we start building out our workspace. We are going to start building out our use-based workstation that's going to be in this corner. And the first step of doing that is framing out walls. So we're going to have a wall here and a wall here and make a little corner. We bought all our wood and it's ready to cut. So let's get started. Finally invested in some sawhorses, so I don't have to do a makeshift cutting station and kill my back every time I cut plywood or 2x4s or whatever. Did I just break it? I totally just broke it. Gosh dang it. Well, it'll be fine. So our first cut's gonna be pretty straightforward. Really, all these cuts are gonna be kind of straightforward. So we're gonna start with a little partition wall, and that wall is going to be pretty much perfectly 6 feet tall and 4 feet wide, which means our 2x4s, these are all 8 feet in length. This one's a little more actually. We are going to cut it down exactly in the middle into 2 4-foot sections for our top and base plate. Oh, and we bought a speed square too. Look at that. We're officially official now. But while we're here, we'll mark out the second board, and these will need to be the studs essentially, which will need to be 6 feet tall in total, but to account for the top and bottom plates, we need to subtract 2 inches each, and we'll mark it at 68 inches. And we'll need 3 of these studs total, 2 on the sides, 1 in the middle, so we'll need to cut 2 more boards like this. I am going to trim this end right here just so we get perfectly to 4 foot sections. So we're going to give a little more stability here and see if this speed square gets us perfectly straight. Cool. But there's our 2 4-foot studs. And then we'll get started on our vertical stud here, which is going to be 6 feet. Cool, we're cooking here. And just like that, our boards are cut. Pretty evenly too, I might add. This wall is going to extend out like this. It's going to help kind of block off the studio a little bit more and be another spot to take product photos. So it's a little dual purpose. We're going to start building this one first before we do the 10-foot long wall, just so we get a little bit of practice in. All right, so let's lay out our wall here roughly. Top board, stud, stud, stud. I'm just going to line this up and send it. Not so bad too far. The moment of truth. Oh my gosh. First try, we did it. Is that like a new union first? That's crazy. So this wall is gonna go here. We're gonna screw it into this wall and attach it. I'm actually gonna inset this just a smidge so that when we put the plywood facing on top, it's flush with this wall. I don't know how great we're gonna do, but we're gonna try our best here. We'll see when we put the plywood on it, but we're gonna lock that in for now. All right, that's pretty good. I was hoping to not have to drill down into the concrete, but I think we're gonna have to, unfortunately. We'll figure that out later, but for now, let's cut the rest of the wood. So these are 10-foot boards. They're gonna be for our longest wall, and we're gonna cut them down just a little bit to 117 and a half. I can't tell you how nice it is having these sawhorses though. Cool, so this are our top and bottom plates. We're just gonna cut some studs real fast. The rest of our cuts are going to be cutting down these 8-foot boards to exactly 7 feet for our studs. So we're just gonna get these churned out. Since these are not structural walls, we're just doing 24-inch stud spacing, since 24-inch stud spacing is a lot more cost effective. And since it's not really going to be holding or supporting anything, we can get away with it. That being said, laying these out, it does not feel right. But we're just going to go with it and we're going to trust it. All right, I'm going to get the outside box screwed in, and then we'll space out our studs in the middle. Then we just need to mark out 24 inches on center. Okay, so we completely need more boards than this. So I don't know if we're gonna have enough boards for our other wall. But that makes way more sense because just 2 of these boards was not nearly close enough to being structurally sound. Boards here. So this is how it's supposed to be. That makes way more sense. So far, all of our cuts have been perfect. Everything's been lining up. Color me shocked. This is the moment of truth now. The moment of truth. We designed this to fit right up to the joists. Looks like we are a couple inches short. I'm realizing now I did my math wrong. So for some dumb reason, I was assuming since there was going to be 2 2x4s, I subtracted 4 inches total from these studs, not thinking for some dumb reason that obviously 2x4s are 1 inches thick. But I think I know how I'm going to fix this. Everything else about it looks great. We do need to drill out a little bit of here for this conduit so it can lay flush against the wall. Other than that, not too shabby. So the idea is pretty simple. We're just going to throw a couple of the scrap 2x4s there as shims. That should fill that gap perfectly, but we're going to do a test one before we get too far. All right, so let's just run a test with that one extra 2x4. Oh yeah. Once we rubber mallet that in, that's going to be perfect. Sweet. So that's what we're doing moving forward. Off to a good start. I put this side in, that side pops out. Well, that 2x4 is in. We just need to get this side in. All right, we're gonna try something. It needs like less than 1/8 of an inch. I'm just gonna jigsaw it out real fast. Okay, that's ink. We're gonna see if it works. Nope, I still don't think that's gonna work. We thought it through last night. Before we put up this wall, I want to do a couple things. We are going to coat this bottom board in polyurethane. We're going to do this so it has a little bit of a waterproofing barrier. Since this is going to be in contact with the ground, we're just going to be a little overly cautious and put a coat of waterproofing polyurethane on it just so it's a little more durable and resistant to potential water issues. So let's give this a quick coat, polyurethane, and let it dry. On a side note, polyurethane is freaking expensive. It did work out a little bit though, because we are going to need this for the entirety of our plywood work surfaces, so it'll work out. We've got it all right now, so we don't have to worry about it, but man, it's expensive stuff. Cool, we'll seal that up and save it for later. Okay, we tried a couple different things, 1x4, 1x2, nothing worked. So we're just gonna go back to Old Faithful and hope that we basically just took the circular saw, did some relief cuts, and cut out the middle. And I do have to say, it fits almost perfectly on a joist. As long as our wall is where it needs to be, we're gonna be in good shape. Oh my gosh. I think once we screw that in, that's gonna be perfect. So now that that works, let's get it screwed in. And then we'll put the wall up and screw into this from the wall. We do need to cut a couple more of these boards, though. Luckily, trying to jam these in kind of made a mark, so we can kind of see exactly how much we need without measuring. So like that's how wide it needs to be. We'll just make a couple cuts to try and get this cleared out, really is all it is. Cool, so that should be like enough cuts to just kind of break these pieces off, like that. Ooh, we got a whole one right there, like perfect. All right, then this one's just easy. All right, the moment of truth. This is the moment of truth now. The moment of truth. Yes, think we did it? We'll just line everything up, screw it in, and we're all set, I think. So now, we will just screw these in. Put a couple more screws in, but that feels pretty dang secure. I was going to try and avoid having to nail it down into the floor, but we don't have the stuff for that, so we'll have to do that in another video. Either way, our first wall is done, on to the second wall. So our second wall over is going to go this way. It's going to be a little more tricky because we do want to avoid blocking out these windows, because why would we cover them up? So we did have to cut a few extra boards for the top plate to make that all fit in and work how it should. So we'll see how good our measurements were. But let's start laying this out. So it does look like this board is just going to be like maybe an inch too long, which is not a huge deal. We'll just give this a bit of a trim. All right, that board's good now. And then since we only have 2 studs left over, we're going to put them on each side of the window well so everything fits nicely. So it won't be evenly spaced, but it'll fit the window well and reduce the use of lumber. Before we throw up this wall though, we are, in addition to the polyurethane, we're gonna put down this sill plate. I think that's what it's called. It's another moisture barrier, just, you know, one more step to avoid moisture in here, which it's a basement in Michigan, you know. Roll this out, stuff it under. All right, it's the moment of truth. The moment of truth. The moment of truth. The moment of truth. What is kind of running into the way, as I feared. I mean, our window's cut in pretty well, though, do you have to say? So, unfortunately, on this joist, there's some metal sheathing, which means we can't really attach this wall to the joist. So, we're definitely going to have to drill these into the floor, which is not the end of the world. It's probably a good idea in the long run anyways. But let's attach it to the other wall in the corner here first. Now, before I boast about anything too much, let's see how level these are. Okay, we're in the lines. We're good. This way. This stud's good. That stud's perfect. I'm shocked, guys. We did good. For, like, never constructing walls before, not bad. First order of business today is to finish off our screen printing rack, and that is going to involve painting it. Since we use scrap wood from our torn down wall, it's a little hodgepodgey, a little mixed matched plywood and all that. So we're just gonna paint it all black, make it a little cleaner, make it a little nicer. So let's get started. Now we do have a paint sprayer. Haven't opened it yet. It was a Christmas gift. We're gonna open it up and try it out today. It says it's for stain. I don't know how true that is. We're gonna put paint in it and see if it's okay. All right, let's see how to work this thing here. That is a very short cable, but it's relatively heavy duty, all things considering. Where's the nozzle go? Wait, how does this work? Like this? Aha, I see. Aha, okay. That's semi-intuitive. I should probably read the directions, but I'm not going to bore you with that, so see you in a second. This paint we bought does not need to be thinned, which is nice, because I didn't want to deal with that. Now, the real key now is a nice pour out of this. Okay, we're just going to fill it up halfway, see where we get. That was a decent pour, actually. All right, we're just going to go for it. See, turn it on. Okay, that's not bad. I like a paint sprayer. Cool. We used every single ounce of that quart of paint. We're mostly done for the most part. It's going to be a little splotchy. Probably needed a second coat. Am I going to bother? No, I don't want to buy more paint. But this will be good enough. It already looks way better than it did. I'm going to go clean this before it permanently ruins the sprayer. And while this dries, we're going to do some other stuff. It's all dry and back inside, and this already looks way cleaner. So now we're going to coat the inside of this for our exposure unit with reflective tape. This is just going to help kind of add a bit more light, soften it, even it out. So we're just going to coat this whole entire interior right here with this reflective tape. And hope we have enough. And also hope it sticks. Actually think instead of the bottom, since that's going to cover it up, I'm going to focus on the sides here. That way it kind of bounces and reflects up, you know? It is definitely fitting our mantra of scrappy, not crappy. Does it look the prettiest? No. Will it work? Well, I don't know yet. We're gonna see soon enough. Unfortunately, we ran out of tape. So we're just gonna try this out and see what it does. It might not even help out anything in the first place. So let's get this threaded in. We're gonna try and cable manage this now too once it's all painted and all that. Slot it in. That's so satisfying. It reflects enough, I think. Throw our glass on. It doesn't really fit great. We might have to find a solution for that. In theory, you know, you place your design. That might be backwards, actually. Place your design like that. It's all press and flush. And you expose. I do think that the tape actually did kind of spread out the light a little bit, so that works. We're going to see when we test this with, you know, real emulsion and real stencils, things like that. But we'll call that good for now. And then we're going to route this cable a little bit better. Probably cable manage this a little bit. Maybe like that. We're going to need an extension cord either way. So let's just do this. Sometimes it's easier to just put the cable clips on first and then stick them where you want. I'm going to leave this dangling here for a little bit because I actually want like a switch probably right here in the corner. I don't know exactly where, so we might need to route this up anyways. I got to figure out exactly what to get that will do kind of like a switch. It should be pretty straightforward and cheap, but we'll call that good for now. I'm going to attempt to cut our logo out of plywood. We're going to jigsaw it out. It's got a printed template here. I'm not looking for this to be like 100% exact. You know, it can be a little imperfect, and it probably will be, but we're going to do our best. This is going to go up on our plywood wall on the back. It's going to be backlit. It's going to look sweet, hopefully. This is a vintage saw, so I'm not overly confident it's going to work, but you know what? We're just going to try it. I mean, it's working. It's just a little slow. And I'm actually going to adjust how this is clamped a little bit just so we don't hit my 2x4. Yeah, I knew that would happen. But hey, you know, it's cut. Okay, we're back. Now it should be so we can cut through this and not hit this 2x4. It's actually, I'm kind of shocked how well it's going. I feel like it got a little bit of a groove down a little bit. So that's kind of nice. That actually turned out pretty good. And we have a U. And then together it goes new union, roughly. So then we'll mount this on the wall. We're actually going to paint it a brain color first so it sticks out from the plywood. So let's do that real fast. Actually, I think we need to clean this up a little bit. I'm actually going to give these a quick little sand. I think I want to smooth out some of, you can kind of see like these edges, some of our cut marks. I think I'm going to bevel these edges just a little bit too, just to give it a little bit of an interesting look. Other than that, we'll just give it a quick, surface coat sand and call it good. But you can kind of see, just got a little bit of a rounded edge to it. Just a little bit of a bevel. Nothing too crazy, but I think it looks kind of sweet. This piece is done. Just kidding. I'm like beyond excited how this turned out. This is gonna look so sweet. A minor paint touch-up that needs to happen, but I'm like you can see it's got a little bit of a bevel to it. Again, some paint touch-ups, but just imagine this up on a wall. It's gonna look sweet. So you remember how we said we're probably gonna have to nail these into the floor? We decided against that just because it's not load bearing and it's kind of complicated to get something attached to concrete floors. We're just going to put some all-purpose adhesive down, and that's going to stop it from shifting around, stuff like that. That's really all we need to do with this. We're going to need to clean this up a little bit. This is not going to be enough. How is this taking up paint? There's red paint coming up. This red paint they used must have just sucked. Yeah. We needed to drill out more cutouts for this conduit for our power. So we had to take our walls down. But since they're down, we're going to take the opportunity to also caulk adhesive. But while they're down, we're going to take the opportunity to caulk the bottoms so there's some more stability. We're just going to put it under the sill plate and then another layer above the sill plate. But now things won't move around when they're trying to assemble them, so that's kind of nice. Then we'll just throw another layer on top, and then once that all squeezes together, there'll be some adhesive. So after some deliberation, before we do anything else to the walls, we did decide to do some vapor barrier. Kind of like we did to the bottom plate, we're going to do it to the outside upper walls yet. We bought 6mm plastic sheathing, and we're going to throw that up behind the walls. We should be able to slot it in. That's the goal. So we're just gonna grind that out real fast. The vapor barrier is finished. It was a little annoying to install, not gonna lie. Probably would have been easier if I was able to do it before I put the walls up, but nevertheless it's done. It's a little patchy. It's a little, but you know what? It's gonna work. It's gonna be great. And I don't have to do it again. So the next step is we're going to bullet nail with a ramset tool. These, I feel like I shouldn't point that at me. We're gonna nail our studs into the floor. Make sure they don't move, they don't go anywhere. Make sure they're super secure. I've never used one of these. They're a little scary, not gonna lie, but we're gonna try it. I've got my earplugs in. It works. How these work is it essentially has a straight up 22 cartridge. It's essentially a bullet, like legitimately, like that's literally a bullet. pretty much. You put that in here. Put the charge so you see the nail in this. Load it in. Compress. And then should just go like that. That did not get the nail. The nail did not go through. Maybe you really just gotta. Got it. Missed the washer though. Oh yeah, I smell gunpowder. Whoa. Sparks flew. There we go. Okay, that looks way better. Oh, this wall is not going anywhere, which actually is not a good thing because it's not straight. Gosh dang it. I gotta try and remove this. Okay, that actually came out pretty good. Okay, but you can see how much this wall's moving. I forgot to push it in so it's flush against this cinder block wall. So we got to figure out a way to keep this pushed against the wall. I don't know if I'm going to try and shift this wall maybe a little bit, but then it's not level. And I did a lot of work to try and get this wall to be level. I mean, it's not level. I don't know if you can see that, but it's not like level. But I feel like I want it flush against the wall. Decisions. Okay, we're gonna try and we're gonna push it flush to the wall. Don't do what I do, okay? Don't do this at home. I would not suggest this, but this is the only way I know how to do this. It's a little scary, but got it. You know, that's why you wear shoes, gloves, hearing protection. Honestly, AirPods are working great right now. All right, now that the wall is kind of guided in place, these ones should be easy. We should just be able to churn these out. Frickin' hell. There you go. Oh, dude, this wall, it's not budging. Gonna kind of get the edges and then work my way back towards the middle for no apparent reason. But that's just what we're gonna do. That worked. First try. I think we're just gonna do a screw for each one of these gaps. I think it's gonna be overkill if we do more than that. I mean, this wall's not budging. Honestly, one per gap is gonna be overkill, so we're just gonna roll with that. Found it works best if you do a couple soft taps. Just kind of get the nail kind of set and then whack it. All right, then onto this wall. We're gonna work this way, trying to make sure the wall is, you know, flush against the cinder block. I'm confident, you know, it should go pretty good. Honestly, this wall isn't budging out anyway, so I don't think we're gonna have to worry about this like the other one. Walls are set in the concrete. These things, they're not moving anywhere. We got to figure this issue out since we can't screw into the joists. That's another issue. That might be solved once we put plywood on there. We'll see. But for now, our walls are secured, and I think they're done and ready for plywood. And then we added a vapor barrier here because we're actually going to extend this out a little bit, and we're going to put pegboard right here. So we're going to attach these kind of base plates right here, and then throw our pegboard on top of it I think at a later date, because I don't want to cut it right now. I'm just going to be honest. But I think we got it. The real key will be to not split the wood. Oh, nailed it. Or screwed it, I guess. I can't say that. Then our second board is going to go here. There's a little bit of gap right here in the wall, which is like, I can't line it up like I need to, you know? So we're just gonna make it work. Well, it's not pretty, but it's attached and it's secure. All right, I think that's good for this week. I'm pretty happy with the progress we made. It was random, but productive, and I'm good with that. Next step is plywood, and that makes me a little nervous, but that's kind of the final step. So feels like we're in the home stretch a little bit. But either way, I'm ready to have the studio done and ready to start doing stuff in it instead of building all the time. You know, we're going for a very clean looking plywood look for our workspace. And a lot of that is not wanting cords run everywhere, but needing to run cords for a lot of things. We'd been racking our brains for, I don't know how long, forever, trying to figure out the best way to route things. And in that process, we realized a lot of the things we were planning on doing was not going to be up to code. And it was going to potentially be a fire hazard. And we don't want that. So we're going to have to kind of adjust a couple things. And the first thing is these outlets. So originally we were going to cover these up. Obviously, again, code violation, fire hazard. We don't want to do that. So we're going to try and unscrew this conduit and take it out and reroute it so we can reuse it. So first we need to turn off the breaker, obviously. And then I'm going to cut through this vapor barrier and unscrew the conduit and outlet. Now, since the conduit and outlet is surface mounted, we're simply going to move the conduit and outlet to a new surface and mount it there. So we're just going to straight up, it looks like it's just mounted with one bolt, so it should be easy. Feeling these are going to be really tricky since they're mortared into the concrete. Might need to try this manually. Luckily, it's only this one that we have to worry about, but hopefully we can get it. Well, what we can do is get the outlet box out from the, detached from the wall at least. Hopefully, this also doesn't strip. Yeah, I'm not getting moving on that one either. It's just not, it's secure, I guess. I don't think I'm cracking either of these screws, which means we might be screwed. Get it? Okay, good news. I got this side out, ready to go. So get this unscrewed. At least one screw out of the 3 I need unscrewed is coming out. Assuming these are glued in, which is why I don't want to move. Can't tell if that's glue or corrosion, but either way, that's probably why it's not moving. Let's see if we can... Ooh, we got the second one. I think we got movement. Oh, dang, now it won't budge at all. I'm trying to be careful not to damage this too much, so we can just move it and not have to replace it, because I don't really know electrical. But this screw is being dumb. Oh, thank the Lord, we got it. So now all we have to do, since this is loose, is hopefully get the conduit screw. All right, I straight up just screwed the bolt out, but as you can see, it's free. But unfortunately, we do need to unscrew the wall so we can get this out. All right, I don't want to mess this up too much, but hopefully we can get it in just enough that we can keep the wall here. This is gonna be tricky. I feel like we can get this done. Just gotta get it the right way, you know? Got it there. So we can get this fully out. Okay, can we do this? I think we can. We did it. Look at that. Now, I actually think this is gonna be semi-beneficial if we run it right here. But then we can, if the outlet is here, we can run things down and in to our workbench. So I think that actually should work pretty good. This is gonna be a tricky mount, but we're gonna set it in place. Like that. Get the box in here. Cool. We have an outlet. Okay, this one is free. And since this wall is not attached up top, it should come out pretty easy. Perfect. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. Now we just got to figure out where we want to put this. We're going, ideally,
Maybe right here on this joist. Not upset at that, but I want it here, but we got this angled beam, so, and we can't mount it underneath because of the duct. Okay, we got a little more slack in the line. I think we're gonna mount it right. Actually, we can run it behind that, duh, right? If we can find a spot for it. I think it's just this black cable, which I believe is Ethernet. Well, here's some Ethernet cable we can take down. Okay, so we traced the cables and we did confirm this is a telephone line, which means we can take it out. Because it's disconnected, it's a landline line, basically. There's so many cables up here that we've been needing to, whoa, that almost hit me in the head, shoot and manage. This is one of them. So, 2 birds with 1 stone here. Yeah, this entire mess of cables is literally just for a landline telephone. So, nice that we're getting it out of the way anyways. We'll clear up a lot of space on this joist. Yeah, dude, look at this mess. It's nuts. All these cables is just the cable lines threaded throughout the rest of the house. So, it's gonna feel really good to get these all down. All right, cables are free. Can you even see me behind this light? I don't know. Cool, and then we can just nestle this box right here. Cool. Everything seems secure. Let's turn the breaker on. And we have power. So now we need a new outlet cover. We lost it. We can route some extension cables down to our desk surface down here. Cool. That was a little annoying, but nice to have done. So now we need to fix this mess. We need to start by filling our holes. So we're just gonna fill those with masonry crack filler. I'm not gonna bother painting just because it's covered by a vapor barrier and it's not worth it. And then we're gonna patch up our vapor barrier, re-adhere it to the wall, and we're ready to go. And before we put up our wall panels, we need to do a couple things down here for our walls. So we're going for a very clean looking plywood look for our workspace. And a lot of that is not wanting cords run everywhere, but needing to run cords for a lot of things. We'd been racking our brains for, I don't know how long, forever, trying to figure out the best way to route things. And in that process, we realized a lot of the things we were planning on doing was not going to be up to code. And it was going to potentially be a fire hazard. And we don't want that. So we're gonna have to kind of adjust a couple things. And the first thing is these outlets. So originally we were gonna cover these up. Obviously, again, code violation, fire hazard. We don't wanna do that. So we're going to try and unscrew this conduit and take it out and reroute it so we can reuse it. So first we need to turn off the breaker, obviously. And then I'm going to cut through this vapor barrier and unscrew the conduit and outlet. Now, since the conduit and outlet is surface mounted, we're simply going to move the conduit and outlet to a new surface and mount it there. So we're just going to straight up, it looks like it's just mounted with 1 bolt, so it should be easy. Feeling these are going to be really tricky since they're mortared into the concrete. Might need to try this manually. Luckily, it's only this one that we have to worry about, but hopefully we can get it. Well, what we can do is get the outlet box out from the, detached from the wall at least. Hopefully, this also doesn't strip. Yeah, I'm not getting moving on that one either. It's just not, it's secure, I guess. I don't think I'm cracking either of these screws, which means we might be screwed. Get it? Okay, good news. I got this side out, ready to go. So get this unscrewed. At least 1 screw out of the 3 I need unscrewed is coming out. Assuming these are glued in, which is why I don't want to move. Can't tell if that's glue or corrosion, but either way, that's probably why it's not moving. Let's see if we can Ooh, we got the second one. I think we got movement. Oh, dang, now it won't budge at all. I'm trying to be careful not to damage this too much, so we can just move it and not have to replace it, because I don't really know electrical. But this screw is being dumb. Oh, thank the Lord, we got it. So now all we have to do, since this is loose, is hopefully get the conduit screw. All right, I straight up just screwed the bolt out, but as you can see, it's free. But unfortunately, we do need to unscrew the wall so we can get this out. All right, I don't want to mess this up too much, but hopefully we can get it in just enough that we can keep the wall here. This is gonna be tricky. I feel like we can get this done. Just gotta get it the right way, you know? Got it there. So we can get this fully out. Okay, can we do this? I think we can. We did it. Look at that. Now, I actually think this is going to be semi-beneficial if we run it right here. But then we can, if the outlet is here, we can run things down and in to our workbench. So I think that actually should work pretty good. This is going to be a tricky mount, but we're going to set it in place. Like that. Set the box in here. Cool. We have an outlet. Okay, this one is free. And since this wall is not attached up top, it should come out pretty easy. Perfect. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. Now we just got to figure out where we want to put this. We're going, ideally, maybe right here on this joist. Not upset at that, but I want it here, but we got this angled beam, so, and we can't mount it underneath because of the duct. Okay, we got a little more slack in the line. I think we're gonna mount it right. Actually, we can run it behind that, duh, right? If we can find a spot for it. I think it's just this black cable, which I believe is Ethernet. Well, here's some Ethernet cable we can take down. Okay, so we traced the cables and we did confirm this is a telephone line, which means we can take it out. Because it's disconnected, it's a landline line, basically. There's so many cables up here that we've been needing to, whoa, that almost hit me in the head. Shoot and manage, this is one of them. So, 2 birds with 1 stone here. Yeah, this entire mess of cables is literally just for a landline telephone. So, nice that we're getting it out of the way anyways. We'll clear up a lot of space on this joist. Yeah, dude, look at this mess. It's nuts. All these cables is just the cable lines threaded throughout the rest of the house. So, it's gonna feel really good to get these all down. All right, cables are free. Can you even see me behind this light? Oh. Cool, and then we can just nestle this box right here. Cool. Everything seems secure. Let's turn the breaker on. And we have power. So now we need a new outlet cover. We lost it. We can route some extension cables down to our desk surface down here. Cool. That was a little annoying, but nice to have done. So now we need to fix this mess. We need to start by filling our holes. So we're just gonna fill those with masonry crack filler. I'm not gonna bother painting just because it's covered by a vapor barrier and it's not worth it. And then we're gonna patch up our vapor barrier, re-adhere it to the wall, and we're ready to go. Feels like the final stretch to finish the build. All our plywood is cut and it's ready to coat with polyurethane. This is our right wall. The surface is all prepped, ready to go, sanded. So let's get started coating. We've got some Minwax oil modified polyurethane. It's an oil water hybrid, so it's kind of the best of both worlds between the two. It's a warm satin, so it should give everything kind of like a bit of a nice slight warmth without being overly orange, you know? But not, you know, clinical, boring white. Give this a stir. You like my stir stick? Get that all stirred and incorporated. All right, let's do our best to get this nicely poured. I think I'm gonna go on the ground. All right, I'm a little nervous about this part, not gonna lie. As long as it doesn't tip, we'll be all right. Okay, actually not too bad. We'll see how much that can gets us. We got 2 gallons of this stuff, so hopefully that, oh my God. All right, I've got 2 smaller pieces. We're gonna start here. We actually did a little bit of paint on them. They're gonna be shelves on this wall. That paint, a little bit of paint's gonna pop. So we'll start with these to just kind of test things out before we do our big wall panels. I'm gonna make sure we get the edges. Cool, I think we can move on to our wall panels. I'm a little concerned that we already need to fill this up again, but it's hard because we're doing it flat, so it's going all up here, so that's not helping us, but still. All right, fresh fill. And just like that, first coat's done. We'll let that sit for 2 hours, see how it cures, and do another coat. First coat's dry. We're gonna give this a light sand with a fine sandpaper just to get rid of any imperfections, even some things out. More sanding. Oh. All right, we're ready to spray. I'm really hoping that this only needs 2 coats. Gonna be a bit more conscious to get a good saturation on this coat. Just be slow and gentle with it. Cool, that looks pretty well saturated. Hopefully that turns out good. And we don't need a 3rd coat. But we're gonna let that sit and I guess we'll see. Okay, 2nd coat's dry. And you can see when we flip this board over versus this board, how much a difference this makes. I still think I'm gonna go 1 more coat on everything. I think we could get by if we stopped here. It's not quite as smooth and glossy as I wanted. I'm still feeling a lot of wood texture. So I think we're just gonna go 1 more coat and call it good. Some of this is like peeling up though. I don't love that. That was a terrible idea. I don't know why I just did that. I do need to sand some of these drips and spots. I'm not gonna sand everything though. I definitely need to sand where I just destroyed the board. We're ready to coat. Cool, we'll let that dry and see where we're at. The rest of our wall boards are sanded and ready to coat with polyurethane. First coat's done, time to do a quick light sand and the 2nd coat. This wall is coated and ready to go, so we just gotta attach it. But before we do that, we're gonna do a couple utility things. So we made shelves that will go like this, and we want them to be floating, so we're gonna attach them first before we attach the walls to the studs. We're gonna drill them in from the back so they can kind of float. Makes me a little nervous drilling into this because there's kind of no going back, but thought there was going to be an easy way to do this, but it is being difficult. Okay, we kind of got it nested in a good spot. Yeah. The shelf fell. Okay, those we're not holding in. We're just gonna go with our original plan and just use some shelf brackets. And in the process, one of our boards fell and chipped it and shrunk it, so that's great. So we're gonna put some LED strip lighting above these panels, and we want to kind of hide those cables a little bit under the shelves too. So we're gonna drill some holes so we can route the LED strip, and then we can mount it and tape it once everything's assembled. But that way, some of the lighting is a little hidden and there's not strips and cables going everywhere. So I'm gonna drill a hole in the stud up here so I can route it behind. So in theory, the power cable can plug in up here. The cable can be routed down. We're gonna have to do a lot of threading, but you know, it is what it is. Then I'm gonna drill a hole right here. I should measure that before I ruin this board so that it can run under the shelf. We'll have that like that, roughly, obviously. Then the lighting's gonna come all the way to this side, and we're gonna drill a hole and do the same thing. Then we'll thread this through again on this side. We're gonna leave a lot of slack because we're not gonna officially mount it yet, but just thread it in to where it needs to go. Get it threaded through the stud, hopefully. And then the rest of this is gonna go on top all the way across. Now we can set this panel in place. I'm slightly nervous, but I think we are ready to screw our boards in. And this one should slot in pretty nicely. Okay, these walls are attached. Not bad, all things considering. This does move a little bit. What can you do? There's small things like this doesn't quite line up, which I was kind of anticipating the way the cutting the plywood went. But I think once there's a shelf there, you're not going to notice it too much. I'm hoping once there's some weight on this wall, it'll keep it from swaying. I don't know if that's going to be true. We're going to see. Oh, also, it's kind of moody and vibey in here, you know, once it's all set up. And it's time to mount the wood on our partition wall. Looks like there's going to be a teeny bit of a gap on our floor. But what are you going to do? We're chipping a little bit, but we can patch that up. It'll be all right. This is not lining up as good as I thought. I think it's hard, like when one gets out of alignment, they all get out of alignment, you know? Just like that, we're done. This is something I think along the road I would redo. Our cuts were not straight, and this needed to be perfectly square, and it wasn't. So you can kind of tell. We had some chipping, we had some other issues. I think we'll leave it here for now, but let us know what you think in the comments. Our left wall is ready to attach. It's this one awkward little strip, and we're gonna start inward and work our way outwards. It's not gonna line up absolutely perfectly down here, but we kind of knew that going into this. Once there's cabinets in front of it, you're not really gonna see this weird gap. So it'll be all right. And I'm gonna trace where our logo is so we can put the proper hardware in, and then we're gonna backlight the sign with LED strips. Will look freaking sweet. We're gonna have to drill in the wall and get a little creative so we can hide and route the lighting so you can't see it and it looks like it's just floating. It's gonna be tricky, honestly. I can't really figure it out in my head yet, so we're gonna figure it out as we go along. And we're gonna do as close as possible right here. All right, now we can route the LED strip. We're gonna do the same thing like you did with the other strip and give it a lot of slack so we can mount everything and then attach it to the sign. We made a French cleat system for our sign, and that's how we're gonna mount it to the wall. Try not to split those boards. Not confident that we didn't. We definitely did. That's not level either. The benefit of our logo is it doesn't need to be overly straight. If it's slightly off, we'd probably never know. We're just gonna split the wood and it's gonna be what it is. Does it fit our cleat? It does. Okay, you know what? It's not perfect, but it's gonna do. I think we're ready to attach this panel to the wall. Boom. Which means we can get this one slotted into place. Our sign is done, and I think it looks great. We're gonna start locking in and adhering this LED tape. Our French cleat just fell off of this, and in the process, it snapped the lights. So now these lights are broken. So now I have to buy new lights, which means you have to reroute all of the lights. I'm so frustrated right now. These lights are toast. In the meantime, we can put up our floating shelves right here since we got the brackets that we need. They're actually all ready to go, so let's do it. Okay, we got one end in, so now we can make sure these are level. Not as completely invisible as I hoped, but once we get the little runners for these, we'll do some little under cabinet, under shelf lighting and look great. We're actually gonna put a speaker up here that supports some weight. There's not gonna be a lot of, load bearing things up here, so it doesn't need to support too much. But yeah, that looks good. So now that the other one is up, we can easily line this one up. Get our cables out of the way first. We'll just finish screwing this in. It's not perfect, but we can do a little bit of decorating. I've always wanted a spot to display all my cereal boxes, so here we go. Finally have a reason. Not too bad. Oh, we got a sunset lamp too, so you can add a little bit of a ambiance here. Turn this off. It's like it's daylight. It's time to work on our workspace bench tops. These 3 boards, so top, middle, bottom, are ready to coat in polyurethane, but we do need to make a couple of other cuts on the other side. Our top piece here is all cut, lined up, and ready to go. So we're just gonna send it. We just need to trim just a little bit, maybe like half a foot off of this. Next board. Then I'm just gonna use this offcut piece instead of measuring, because I kind of hate measuring, and I know this will be a bit more accurate. Kind of hate this guide. It's so annoying to get lined up. Like, you really gotta pay attention, make sure it's square. I actually think we got it first try. As long as this lines up, little too much. See, like, it's just a hair offset. I'm gonna cut just a hair off, but it means readjusting the whole thing, and it's just a nightmare. Okay, it's finally lined up. If you have a better way to do this, it's probably gonna be too late by the time you post these videos, but either way, let us know in the comments, because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm learning. So let me know. Anyways, another board done. Okay, last cut, and then I need to go inside. It's hot out here. So one of the things I wanna do before we coat these in polyurethane is paint the edges. We did this with our shelving that we've already thrown up on the wall. I think it turned out really cool, and I think if we do that to at least we're just gonna do like the outside edge of each board. At worst case, we're just gonna do kind of like the top boards. It'll kind of make kind of like a nice little subtle accent to everything, break up the OSB a little bit. So let's do that first before we coat in poly. We've literally, everything that's been this like color paint, we've done with this sample. That's all we've used. That's like our sign, our shelving, multiple coats for everything too. We'll see how far this gets us. Hopefully far enough. Depends on how many coats everything needs, but we're gonna prioritize the main top boards first. And I think all in all, this is gonna really make everything pop and look really cool. I'm just gonna do a bit of a rough paint. We'll come in and sand the tops, clean up everything. Luckily, all of these, we just need to do this front board since all the other like edges will be covered up. No, don't drip. Gosh dang. I know you can't see that. I just made a huge mess. These boards are our island boards. They're gonna be extended on both sides. So we're gonna paint both edges. And luckily, we can get rid of the ugly stock bright green edges. I don't know why they paint OSB like that. It's really annoying. Because I either have had to sand it off so you don't see it, cut it off, or paint it here. But it's definitely gonna need an extra coat because of it. I don't know. I don't know why they do that. It's annoying to me. Well, everything has 2 coats on it. It looks great. Now it's just time to sand the top, clean our mess up a little bit. I think we need a higher grit. And then we'll get this last one done really fast because I just think it's gonna thunderstorm. It came out of nowhere, so we gotta get this done. It's proper raining. We gotta shut the garage door. I was hoping to get a coat of poly on. We're just gonna have to wait. Guess it's time for a coffee break. The rain is done. Our spray is loaded. It's time to coat. Want to make sure we get the front coated as well. Time to reload. Okay, first coat done. All right, we're gonna give everything a quick sand, light sand with 220 grit. This is why you're not allowed to watch. 220 grit, 220 grit, just a light coat to even everything out. Time for coat number 2. While that is drying, we're gonna cut down some guide rails. We're gonna put this up on our plywood walls. They're gonna kind of help guide our workbenches into place. So some of these we just need to trim down just a little bit, about like 3/4 of an inch. Make sure everything is straight and even. Easy as that. These 3 are done. So I spoke too soon. I didn't buy enough 1x2s. Can't remember what they are. So we're gonna have to go to Menards again. So that's great. Okay, it's time for a 3rd coat. We're gonna do 3 coats on the lower panels, and then the top coats we're gonna do 1 more, so 4 coats total. I'm not in frame. And then we're gonna do a 4th coat on top for the top panels since they're gonna get used more, so they're less prone to scuffs, scratches, things like that. That coat is dry. We're gonna hit it with 1 final coat just on our 3 top boards. This is the front panel of our workbench, and we are going to attempt to screen print some designs onto the front of it. This is normal acrylic paint, and we're just gonna try this out. This might go terribly. It's going decently well. We're going for kind of an all-over print, so we're just gonna kind of hit this a bunch of times. We're getting a little bit of splotchage, but we'll just go for that look, you know? It's a little grungy, but I think I like how this turned out so far. We're gonna go clean this up real fast. And then we're gonna do the same thing on our second front-facing piece, but with this big design. All right, let's see how this goes. Okay, it's subtle, but I like it. It's there, you know? I think I'm gonna just do a couple more offset half prints so it kind of has a similar vibe to our other panel. Cool, just like that, she's done. Cool. And that is it for our benchtop polyurethane. Now we need to cut got our vertical panels that will go, they'll be kind of like dividers. They'll go vertically, and it should be a bunch of simple 19.5-inch cuts. Oh, we, actually invested in some safety equipment, so, now I won't be breathing sawdust. You also can't understand a single thing I'm saying anymore. These 4 boards are cut and sanded. Now it's time to do more. This is turning into a bigger project than I thought. I thought this would be pretty easy, but I kind of forgot we need to sand both sides since it'll be vertical. You'll see both sides. And we've got a decent amount of more boards to cut, so it's gonna take a while, and it's hot, and this thing is so sweaty, and my hands are like vibrating and twitchy from that sander, so it should be fun. Okay, we got to do a couple more cuts, but I think we can get everything out of this board. So that's a win, I guess. But more work to go than I thought. I kind of wanted to be done sanding and cutting, but here we are. Cool, we're gonna rip, or whatever. We're gonna cross cut these. I forget the term. So I don't have to deal with a rip cut, because that went terribly last time. So we're just gonna do 4 cuts at 19.5-inch panels, then we can cross cut these. Should be pretty simple. All right, 3rd cut. These are the times where I really wish I had a table saw. But you make do with what you got. Oh, I can like barely reach the other side. That's half the reason I didn't want to do a rip cut, is because it's so hard to get all the way down here. It's the worst. Since it's a 19.5-inch height, they should be a little more even. If there's a little discrepancies in the cuts, which I can pretty much guarantee you there's going to be. All right, last cross cut. Perfect. There's now this spare piece, so I don't know what we'll do with this. We'll figure it out, I guess. So now each of these boards, I can just split right in half to have 2 2-foot boards, and that's our depth. So should be easy. I'm just gonna follow this green line and freehand it and hope it's not absolutely terrible. Pretty even too, I will say. You probably can't even hear a word I'm saying right now. I think this blade is losing its muster. I think we can salvage this though. Okay, this edge is a little rough. We can sand it out, and I think it'll be okay. I'm gonna do a few cuts that are 16 inches deep, so that way when they're in the cabinet vertically, it's a little back set and offset. I think that'd be kind of cool look. I don't know. Hopefully, because we're gonna cut a bunch of boards like that. So all our boards cut, just time to sand. I was just about to say, I think that's all the boards that we need to sand, but we've got a couple more. It's time to coat. I'm trying to be a little gentler on the trigger so I can preserve as much poly as possible, because we are running out. Okay. Whew. First coat's done. We're definitely gonna run out of poly. We're gonna need another gallon for sure. Got another gallon, but it was at least on sale this time. I'm trying to decide if I want 2 or 3 coats on everything. 3 coats is gonna use a lot of polyurethane, but I feel like 2 coats isn't gonna be quite enough. These side, like vertical panels, they're not gonna have a lot of contact, but they could get some scraping, some stuff, so I want it to be a little durable. We also have to coat both sides, so we could use up a lot of polyurethane. See, like just one fill of that, it used like a quarter. Okay, second coat is done. I think we're gonna stick with 2 coats on each side. That's still a lot of poly, and they shouldn't get too much contact. I think they'll be okay. So we gotta flip and start the other side. Flip them over, you realize like how much the coating does to the panels. I just realized we needed to sand the back sides. I'm not gonna show you that, so let's jump to when we're done. All right, time to coat again. We'll let that dry and then start assembling. It's been a day or 2, judging how everything's looking. I think we're just gonna bite the bullet and coat
everything at least one more time. I think one more time will be good. It's still very rough. I would hate to assemble everything and things aren't how we need them to be. They're not as durable as we need them to be, especially if, you know, we bump and rub crates and other storage items into these. So we're gonna sand these, get the rough spots out, and then do one more coat on each side. I know we have more 220 grit sandpaper. I can't find it anywhere. And I know this garage is a mess, but I still can't find it, and that's frustrating. We've got this one crazy little guy left, and I don't think this pad is gonna cut it.
Just gonna give this like a real light sand, hardly any pressure. I don't really want to take anything off, but just get rid of the stragglers, you know?
Once again, we spray. This feels a lot better, so we'll flip, sand, and spray. These pieces feel great, so let's load them down to the studio. So just like those boards, we're gonna do another coat on our flat bench tops too, especially because these will be getting even more work on them, scuffing, things like that. And I'd rather it be a little overkill, so we gotta load these back upstairs. Last one. It's time to sand again with 220 grit.
This thing, it's also miserable in the heat, but do what you gotta do.
Ugh, I'm like drenched in sweat in this thing. It's disgusting. Once again, I'm not gonna say for the last time. Again, we are spraying. We almost went through another complete gallon of polyurethane. We're just cooking through this stuff, but you know what? It is what it is. These boards look and feel great, so it is time to once again move them downstairs. But we're at least ready to assemble. I think we'll still probably have a couple small spots to touch up, but I think we'll be able to just do that once it's all assembled with a little paintbrush. Just touch up a couple spots. I'm kind of done spraying anyways. We do need to clean all this up. I haven't seen the floor of my garage in like 3 weeks, and obviously haven't been able to park in it, so there's a lot of sawdust and polyurethane. Time to get cracking and clean this up. So we built a bottom frame so that our bottom board is slightly offset. So this thing will be for our island. This is just gonna kind of help things stay even and just kind of guide things in place. Then it's gonna be the same thing on this wall. Just like that, we can start assembling our benches. Everything's lining up pretty decently well so far. Honestly, all things considered, pretty happy. We're just gonna straight up screw stuff in. And then this board, although I'm a little concerned, I do think this warped a little bit. So hopefully the screws straighten it out. Then we've got more guides for the other two shelves. Whoa, that flattened it out. Oh my gosh. I was hoping to do that. Awesome, so now these two wall panels are flush. That's amazing. And we'll do the same thing on this one. Level this out. All right, so then we can get our island situated. Which will come out like this. I definitely should have built the little guide rails a smidge longer, but it's too late now. Lock it in. Got our new drill. I'm telling you, pays to have a good drill. The one before was not meant for this kind of stuff. There's the bottom of our island. So we're gonna work our way up and start putting these into place. But realizing it now, all of these are about an inch too thick. So we're unfortunately gonna have to do more cutting. But luckily, we can mark out exactly where our cuts need to be. And some of our cuts were not the straightest, so we can even those out. I am gonna place my brackets
where they need to go first, so they're ready to go, and we can just throw our board on there. We're just gonna hope that these line up. I didn't film trimming this board because I figured you're tired of seeing me cut plywood, and this does not line up. Let's see if we can get just one screwed in and lined up. The problem is holding this board in place and then screwing the bracket in. I don't know how you're supposed to do that by yourself, honestly. Yeah, because then that happens. Golly, this is annoying. The screw won't stay in the bit. I have an idea. Construction guys are probably looking at me in the comments like, yeah, dude, that's how you do it. It's still not going to work. Are you serious? Who knew this would be the nightmare today? I don't see you helping in the comments. That's all I know. If I could get the screw to stay stuck in the board, that, you can't see what I'm doing, but it just fell out. We just need it to be upright and then it'll be so easy. It's just getting there. That's the issue. Okay, the hope is that I can get both of these brackets in. Am I confident in that plan? No. It kind of stands up on its own. I think it'll be enough. Okay, it's not straight, but it's screwed in. Okay, I think it's straightening up pretty well. Especially once we get these brackets in. All right, we're grooving now. We can just kind of slide this where it needs to go. It's actually pretty close to where it needs to be. Gosh dang, these screws do not want to go in straight at all. It's making me mad. It looks like a 90-degree angle from eye's view. Cool, once everything else is kind of locked in, that'll get a bit more secure. That feels good enough for now. Our second board is ready. I'm gonna load it up, the brackets onto the board, and then lean it up instead of putting it on the ground. Hopefully that will be easier. So now we should be able to flip it up, line it up where it needs to go, and then at least get one screw in so it can support themselves if we need to adjust these brackets. Okay, that one's smoother. Let's do the other side. Lock the boards down to our base. Our next piece goes right here, and it's actually perfectly lined up that we do not need to cut it. So, we also have these brackets for the back, so they can have 3 points of contact to screw in. We're gonna do the same method as the other one. We're gonna get these screwed in and then flip it. That's gonna be our best bet, once again. Oh my gosh. How am I supposed to get my drill bit straight back here? Oh, I'm gonna... All right, this board's in. It's a little loose, so we're gonna put some more corner brackets up here. It was a little difficult because there's a gap between this board and the wall board, and it made it hard to get all the screws in. So that's annoying, but I think this is the only spot we're gonna run into that. So we'll get some corner braces up here and should be good. Okay. That feels good. We'll get another board up here that'll help secure it. That feels pretty good. Then we'll get this board screwed in right here. Realize I should probably grab my speed square and make sure these are, at 90 degrees. Probably important. This board will slot here. And now, lastly, for this panel, this board. Then we'll square this one up. Our last board is going to go here. It's about half depth. That way this corner area isn't blocked off as much. Perfect. All our boards are set. We're just going to go around, get every single individual screw in since we didn't kind of, touch all that kind of stuff up. And then we're on to the next level. I was screwing in the other boards. I realized supposed to flip this. So instead of this way, it's supposed to go out this way. Because this height and the heights of the board don't match, which makes more sense because I thought this extruded out further. So gotta redo this one. Okay, so now the board goes like this. A lot more sense. Now you can see how it's going to be a bit more open in this corner. So now we'll get this again. screwed in. The next step in building our workspace cabinets is to put the first layer of flat boards on. And this is where we're gonna see if things line up correctly. I'm a little bit nervous actually, but let's get started. This is a 2x8 board. We're gonna start back here and work our way outward. See if we can get this set in easy. Good, honestly. Think we're gonna lock it in. I was a little concerned that the divider boards weren't going to be evenly tall, but they were. I don't know how much of this you're gonna see besides my butt screwing stuff in, because we gotta dig way back in here. Dang it. All right, one bracket in. I'm not gonna show you the rest under here. You're not gonna see anything. Stuck. You may be asking why I'm building them like this, and that is a very valid question, one I'm starting to wonder. No, but in all seriousness, there are probably better ways to do this. This is just the way that I know how. I didn't have the skill or tools to do like pocket holes and things like that, so not that I'm doing any better this method. Is it maybe a little less structurally sound? Hopefully not. But it feels pretty solid so far. This leaves us with a super nice little cubby thing here on the end for some cool open storage kind of thing, which I am excited about. Oh yeah. Next is the second layer. Do not start this well. Of our island. There's only this middle board to support this one. We're gonna have to get a little creative on this. Now we should be able to line this up and screw it in. And honestly, these two boards line up pretty well, which I was a little nervous about. Actually, we should see if this is level. Dang, I'm surprised. Our last board. I tried to set the uncut edges on the ends because I knew my cuts weren't going to be the straightest. We had this issue with our bottom board, as that this back wall must just not be straight, because you can either have it flush like this, which still isn't perfectly flush, and there's a gap on the other side of the wall, or we have a flush on the other side of the wall and there's a gap here. So it's a little annoying. We're gonna have to pick our battles here. I think we're gonna settle with the gap happening on this side, which is annoying, but it is what it is. Probably see it a little better over here. So we've got a gap down here. If we push this in, there's a gap over here, a gap in this board. There's not really an ideal situation here. I think I know what happened. I think when we were putting in our frames, things got a little unstraight when we were nailing them into the concrete. So I think we're gonna try and situate it. Since it's like an even bow, part of me is tempted to jigsaw the back. I feel like that's a really bad idea, and I don't want to ruin this board. But these gaps just suck. I think we're just gonna run with these gaps and maybe wood fill them with some shims or something. You know, it's not going to be perfect, and this is when our lack of skills is biting us in the butt, but where I lack in skills, I make up for in determination, so we're just going to get this locked in and done. Okay, I think we're good. There is probably an inch gap. I think we're going to try and fix it with a shim, kind of shim it back in there, but we'll do that at a later time. But for now, we can do the next level of vertical boards. These are going to be a little bit of a shallower depth, which I think will be really fun. Give us just a bit more of a little less restricted cubbies. With this guide here though, which I will say lines up like perfectly, we are gonna need to notch out a little bit of these boards so they go flush to the wall. So we're just gonna measure it out and jigsaw it out on all of these boards. All right, we just got a little scrap. I can't remember. I think it's a 1x2. Then we can just jigsaw it out. Let's just knock out the rest of these So I will say these fit like beautifully perfectly. These boards are going to be offset too. We're going to throw our computer and other tech stuff right in the middle because this is going to be your computer top. So we're going to have our, you know, PC, all the other stuff right below, you know? Our last board. Time to place our island boards in. I have them lined up again. Oh, I actually might need to trim a smidgen. That's a technical term, a smidgen off of this board. I think I am actually. This is the excess of the board we just cut for our island. Cut like perfectly. This kinda just slots right in this gap. It almost fills our gap. There's a better view. Like, isn't that almost perfect? I mean, ignore that, but like, that's sweet. Anyways, now this should line up great. Perfect. Then we can put in our last two brackets. And then off camera, since you don't want to see us drilling in like hundreds of screws, I'm just going in back through all of our brackets and getting the remaining screws. Let's line it up with the lower board. Then this will be our last board before we put our last horizontal boards together. Now we can put our first top piece in. Whew. I might have made this too tall. That is tall. I gotta decide if I'm okay with that. It's good for standing. It's not great for sitting. I think when we measured our height, we measured for standing. Because there's elements of like, so like our island, still a little high. But like, again, let's mock this up. So like, pretend our island is this height. It's great for, let's tie some shirts, blah, 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 blah. Not bad, like my hands rest at a good spot. I think I like that it's a good standing height, maybe half an inch too tall standing height. If I'm keeping everything standing height, I don't think it's worth cutting everything, redoing everything. Sitting height, it's not great at all. But I think if I get kind of like a height adjustable stool, I think that's gonna be the easiest option without having to unassemble and recut everything, which I'd prefer not to do. I think we'll keep it like this and we'll run with it. Another reason we're using brackets is we didn't want any screw holes visible. And this was the like cleanest, nicest way to do that. Like especially on our bench top, we didn't want to have to drill down any screws and have visible screws on our work surface. We will load our island top next. Ah, dang it. Okay, we got one screw in. I think we are stable. We're gonna get another one in because I don't trust that. This camera angle is probably terrible. I realize that. Just trying to act fast so nothing terrible happens. Cool, I'm pretty happy with how flush that is as well. We still need one more bracket though. Well, a lot more brackets, but you get the idea. All right, that's secure and flush. We can get the rest of our brackets in. Our final flat piece can go right here. So you can probably see the gap of this board. Once again, it does not line up like our boards beneath it because I think this wall is bowing. So we got to decide what to do. I really want this to be flush, so I'm actually nervously tempted to cut at an angle so it fits. I think that's what I'm going to do, unfortunately. It's that or doing it like this and then a gap fill edge trim piece that can fit in here. I'm not in love with that idea, so I don't know. I might think on this for a little bit. So I've had some time to think about this board and how to fill this gap. And I think instead of trying to cut a board to fit in the gap and patch it up like that, we're going to scribe cut it. That makes me a little nervous because I don't want to ruin this board and have to completely redo it. Luckily, we do have some extra boards, so if we do need to completely redo this board, we can. But I'd really like to avoid that. But yeah, let's measure our cut. I think it should be pretty simple. I think we should be able to just do a clean taper cut. I don't think this wall is bowed. I think it's just kind of a little off kilter, not perfectly 90 degrees at this angle back here. So we're going to measure that, and hopefully we can do a nice clean little taper cut with a circular saw. That is the goal, at least. All right. Let's scribe this thing. I think we're just going to eyeball it and freehand it and hope it doesn't turn out terrible. I'm a little nervous.
Let's do this.
Okay, that looks a lot straighter than it felt. Let's see how this board fits now. I'm confident. I really am. Maybe I shouldn't be. That's a lot better. It's not perfect still, but I might be good enough. That's this end and the other end. So I guess let us know what you think. Is that good enough? Personally, just so we don't have to potentially ruin this board by cutting it one more time, I think I'm gonna call it. I think it's gonna be good. So let's attach our brackets. It does sometimes work out that putting these brackets in kind of helps straighten things out. We'll see if that's true, but I mean, it's at least better than it was, you know? All right, we're gonna call this panel good. I think it could have been maybe 15-20% better, but I'm gonna appreciate where it is now. And I think we have a solution next week to kind of help fill some of these gaps. But either way, all our flat boards are done, which means it's time for our last two boards. We are building our dream art studio in our basement, and it's time to put our front-facing boards on our workspace. If you remember these boards, they are the boards that we screen printed, and I think these are going to look freaking awesome. Gotta hope that they line up, and I'm a little concerned that they don't right now. They kind of don't line up. I'm just going to be honest here. Okay, the good news is this board lines up a bit better, but still not great. Actually, no, this lines up pretty well. I wanted the other design here, but since this lines up better, we're going to lock this in, I think. Still going to be some gaps, but this is the best option. Let's get this board screwed in. You can see what I mean by how it doesn't exactly fit flush. It's the best we got. So it's what we're going to do. It's really difficult to screw this in though, while keeping it upright and not having it fall over. So we're going to see how we do. Bad so far. Once we get one in, it'll be fine, but okay, it's stable. Oh, we are not lining up right at all. I detached our board, and I think we're gonna go top down. So get the top screwed in and then do the bottom, because I want our top boards like this joint, that's the word. I want this joint to be lined up perfectly, since that's gonna be the most visible. All right, so that's lined up. This joint is not going to be perfect, but it's manageable. So now we'll work our way down, get our middle board fastened. A little bit of a gap on this side, but now that means we can put in our bottom board. I think we bent the bottom board backwards. Check our angle here. Yeah, that's not good. That's good though. That's not 90, but it's not. I think this board is actually bowing like this. There's a gap here. There still is, but I think that screws pushed it in. So got to figure out what to do about that. Regardless though, that looks pretty good. I mean, visually it looks sweet, but there's definitely a couple gaps. So now this is not level. If I push that down, it just kind of rolls. So that's not great. I unscrewed these two boards. This board's still not level, which means it's a deeper problem. Oh yeah, it's not level at all. I can see it from this angle now. Hi, kitty. See if we can try and fix this here. Okay, so now it's just attached to the middle board. And it needs to live about right there to be level. There's a whole 1/4 inch off of our other board. So something is not right here. I'm gonna re-screw these boards in so that they're level, which is annoying because, as you will see, that does not line up. I mean, somewhere along the lines, we did our measurements off. Even though everything else lines up, I'm not really sure what happened. Now this is level, even though there's a little bit of a gap, which is not the worst thing. I'm thinking about it. I really don't like how this looks. It needs to be flush. But I'm gonna bring this back to flush. We will find another way to make this level, which I think I have an idea for. So the board needs to sit right about there. So you'll see how much of a gap we've got. What I think we're gonna do is we're gonna actually lift this board up 3/4 of an inch and put a little riser piece right down here. That's gonna be the cleanest option, I think. It's annoying, but it's gonna do. So the theory is that we can lift everything up and add a little riser in, and that's perfectly level. Does that make sense? If we can slide this board in, which we'll cut down, if we cut that board in, it's level here and flush here. I cut and sanded a thinner board that we can use so it's a little more conspicuous or inconspicuous. So I didn't coat it in poly, but better than a raw board. And this is just kind of the easiest solution to fix our leveling problems. I'm gonna drill this board in to the other board a couple times. I'll actually use the brackets to hide these. Now we can throw our brackets back on. Cool, that problem is solved. Now on to our other one, which is this. We measured very wrong at some point. So we gotta figure out what we wanna do. First, let's start with unscrewing this board and just seeing if we can figure out what the problem is. Because there's probably a good 1.5 inch difference between these two. Part of me wants to get it flush and attached to the top board. I think that's what we're gonna do. That way we can just see how much gap on the bottom we're working with. It's literally propped up with my foot right now. Okay, this board is flush-ish enough to get an idea. We're looking at about 1.5 inches, so that's 2 3/4 boards that we didn't think about. So it is 2 3/4 boards, so I was off by 1.5 inches. So now we got to figure out what to do. I don't want to redo this board because one, it turned out sweet. As they say, as I rip a piece off. I prefer not to redo it. So we just have to find a way to patch this up that looks intentional. Got to think through what that would be. Hey, we should have cut a piece, and if it lines up well, it will fit pretty perfectly like that. That actually looks really good. So now we can make our template, which just should be a simple straight cut. Now we should be able to shove both of these boards. Let's screw these boards together. Now things should fit flush. That's pretty good. Then I think we're gonna do something to hide this. Well, now we can install our second piece. This piece is gonna have the same issue, but at least now we have a process. The one annoying thing is when we scribed our board, we lost about 1.5 inches on this side, so it's just not gonna match up perfectly. I painted them the same color as the floor, so they should kind of blend in and look like the whole thing is floating. So, I don't know, let's install it. From a distance, that'll work. What do you think? I feel like that looks pretty good. Now we can do the same thing with this board, and we can lock those in. Okay, we're all done. About 1 million screws later, I feel like I've been screwing. I just saw a couple more I need to screw in. Nevertheless, our main workstation is done. We can actually start moving in a couple things, which I've been dying to for weeks now. So that's really nice. There's a lot of things I would have done differently. A lot of our joints are not very even. Just a lot of things that aren't clean. So, I mean, from a far view, it looks really cool. You start to look closer, there's a lot of things that I wish were a little cleaner. Am I going to redo it? Obviously not. I've been spending months on this, so we made it work. It's going to be great. I'm excited to move in. I actually think I'm going to do a separate video on things I've learned, things I would have done differently, building this whole studio, all of it. So like and subscribe and watch out for that video. We have a laundry list of random things to do. And if I sound a little weird, I am coming off of sickness. I just got tired of laying around. I just needed to work on the studio. So here we are. So here's what we need to get done today. Number one, there's a couple more boards that we need that will be inset into these panels and cubbies that we need to get cut and coated. Number 2, our pegboard wall that has been bare and ugly. That needs to get cut and up. Number 3, we need to put recessed outlets into our top boards. Number 4, we need to paint gaps and poly gaps on our boards that we missed. And actually, before that, we need to find a way to fill some of these gaps between our boards, which is probably just gonna be wood filler. And then lastly, we need to move our computer, our monitor, all our stuff, our junk, get that organized and set and ready to be used in here. So let's get going. We got a lot to do. I don't know why I clapped so much, I'm sorry. We've got a couple random auxiliary boards that we need to coat with polyurethane. They're already cut to what we need, sanded and ready to coat. So now we just gotta hope we have enough polyurethane left over.
I think we might have just enough for 2 coats, which is all we need. These are light use areas, so they don't need to be quite as durable. Cool, we should have plenty for a second coat.
We need to clean up this from when we tore down our wall. We never finished this off. So we're gonna clean this up by putting a nice little piece of banding. Then we will paint it white and you'll never know this happened. Ooh, should we taper this right here? One more cut and we're ready. There, now, my drill in my shoelace. Now, be a little smoother, not perfect, but once it's painted white, you won't care. I'm tired of screwing stuff in. Well, that feels pretty freaking solid, except for the wall that needs to be screwed in. We'll get that. And then we paint this to conceal it. Since this board's in, we can start scoring and cutting this drywall and hopefully get a clean cut. I know there's better tools than this, but this is what I got.
Should I try and go for a clean break here? Not bad.
Think we can sand this edge. Be pretty good. We are gonna have to do a little more painting though. Then I gotta add this board in, nails these boards in to the concrete since they aren't yet, so we can put up our pegboard. We've got our cut masonry nails. We're gonna see how this goes. You really gotta slam these in. All right, I think that's gonna be good. That feels pretty secure. It's hard, we need some structural support for the pegboard and stuff we're gonna put on it. So I wanna make sure it's secure. Gosh, these are just bending right out. I'm gonna figure this out off camera, but this is being a pain. I split the board. But that's freaking secure. All right, I'm gonna finish hammering this in. You don't need to destroy yours like I am. Okay, this fits absolutely perfectly snug, so let's hammer it in. I knew that'd split the board. I don't know what to do. We gotta get it fastened in here. I think it'll be secure enough. That's honestly just so there's not a gap on the side. That's pretty bad, actually. Nonetheless, I'm gonna do some paint touch-ups. We literally hardly have any of the white wall paint left, but it should be enough for these random little touch-ups. Gonna just help everything kind of blend in nicely with the wall, so kind of like we did with our workspace. So you don't really see, it kind of looks like it's floating. That's the vibe. The painter's special on all this adhesive because I don't care. Again, it's getting covered up, so. I'm actually gonna paint this 2x4. I wanted to do something else that I couldn't end up doing that I will do on the other side of the wall. I'll show you in a second. But this side we're gonna paint white so that it looks like it is floating. So to help cover this 2x4, we cut and scribed a little piece of plywood that actually fits quite nicely. So we'll get that set in and screwed in, and actually I'm very satisfied with how that looks. Now we can install our shelf that's gonna hold some retro TVs, some other vintage tech, things like that. Should be pretty easy, so let's get that knocked out. Our shelf is ready to go. It's just gonna settle in right here, just like that. Okay, it's kind of set in, I think. Doesn't 100% line up, but I don't think you're going to notice. Although I did totally just destroy this part of the board. I pre-installed our bracket. Something's not lining up here. I think we got it figured out, but like anything else in our workbenches, it's not going to line up perfectly. So again, we're just going to do the best we can. Think it's going to be sturdy enough. We'll add some brackets up here to help that though. That definitely feels a little more sturdy now though, so that's good. Now we can install our pegboard. I already pre-cut it. This is from the wall that we tore down. I'm a little concerned how sturdy this is going to end up being though, considering we couldn't get the side brace in. Yeah, that's a little flimsy for my liking. The goal is to not put like extremely heavy stuff on here. So like our heat gun, other screen printing supplies, squeegees. We're gonna have to think about this one, but yeah, we definitely gonna want to make this a little more sturdy. A sideboard here, and then even a center board. I found a solution that's far from perfect, but this is the last 1x4 we have. Even if there's a little bit of a gap up here, it's gonna be what it is. We're just gonna hodgepodge this thing together. You can fight me in the comments. I get it, but I don't know. This is just, it's what we gotta do. I'm gonna wood glue this stuff though, so it's not gonna be, you know, completely unstable. Just semi. Now we can put our pegboard back up, and we're gonna see if this is a bit more stable this time. Oh yeah, that feels great. We're not even got our bottom in yet. Well, I mean, it's not absolutely perfect, but it's a lot better than it was. That's pretty good actually, way better than before. So I think we'll call the pegboard good. We got some paint to touch up, and we'll get the sideboard too, but feels nice. We can start organizing now. Pegboard is almost dry, which means we can put in a shelf. We're gonna put it up here. It's gonna just, I don't know what we're gonna put up here, honestly. It might just be more decor stuff. Maybe some plants, I'm not really sure. But we'll secure it in and figure out what to do with it later. All right, that's not overly secure. We gotta grab a couple more brackets and then we'll be able to put them under there, add some support, but we'll call that good for now. Before we move on, we gotta add some outlets onto a worktop. They're gonna be recessed into the worktop, and they've actually got outlets on both sides so we can plug in stuff on the top, our tufting gun, then plug in our computer on the bottom at the same time. Super excited about these, so let's drill out some holes here. I drew out a little template. I'm just gonna drill some holes down. I hate drilling and stuff like that. It makes me so nervous. If I don't get this right, I just ruin my entire workbench. All right, now we should be able to cut that out with our jigsaw, hopefully. Yeah, perfect. I need to find my AirPods, that's loud. All right, let's see if this fits. We're close on this side. We need a little bit more on this side, which I'm not surprised about. Good news is this cut does not have to be pretty because it'll get covered up with that. All right, we did a righteous hack job, but we got it. Of course, there's a little bit of gap right here, but whatever. Let's drill it in. All right, then we'll do the same thing right here, right center in the middle of this workbench. All right, let's see if we did better on the second one. Nope, still gotta trim it. Okay, got it. The next thing that we're gonna do, probably a little bit unconventional, but there's a lot of gaps that we need to fill. I think we're just gonna make some wood filler and treat it like caulk and go through all the random gaps and fill them with the wood filler. Is that the best idea? I don't know, you tell me. I'm not too sure. For my research, it seemed like it was not like the worst thing to do. I think it will help with some structural stability in certain spots, help things, you know, stick together since wood glue and sawdust is very strong. Let's mix up some concoctions here. I saved all of this from cutting and sanding all our plywood, so I'm gonna make a healthy quantity and mix it in my very scientific red Solo cup. Okay, let's mix that Let's see what the consistency's like. This might look terrible too. I really don't know. All right, let's just go for this. All right, let's try it on this corner here. I feel like this is a terrible idea. I'm almost just gonna go in with my fingers. But we're making a mess here. I feel like this is a terrible idea. I think if I find a better application method, this isn't the worst idea, but man, this stuff is sticky. I think it actually is gonna work decently. It just helps if we actually have a good application method, which will be the key. But credit cards definitely help. Some of it's hard because like this is a big gap right here. But we're gonna try and finesse this and get this to work here. You just kind of have to trust the process here because that kind of looks terrible, but just looks so bad when you first do it. But once you kind of work it, it's good, but actually this one went pretty good. We're getting a little bit of a flow here. I actually think once this is cleaned up and stuff, this is gonna be a really good solution. And we can kind of let it dry and see how things look after they dry. I sanded out some of the rough spots from the wood filler. In retrospect, I don't think I would have done that again because there's a fair amount of visible wood filler that you can see. I'm hoping once we put stuff on our workspace, you don't notice it as much. I also touched up on the outside of the island. The edges didn't all have our green, so touched that up. Now I'm just going to go through with some polyurethane, touch spots, some places that, you know, the spots we sanded. There's some other spots that we needed to just touch up too. I almost forgot. I made little boards to slot right into here so that we can hide these 2x4s a little bit. I didn't bother with this bottom piece since no one's going to be right here, and even right here I can barely see it, so it's just going to be a little bit cleaner this way. Before we start moving in, I got to drill a hole in here to get our power cable through to our power cord. I want to get that done before I get sawdust in my computer, which isn't good, so had to buy some hole saws, which is annoying, but it's kind of nice that we have them now. So let's get this thing done. Oh, it makes a terrible smell. It's a little messier than I wanted, but what can you do? This is what it is. We can actually have power. I'm gonna cable manage these in a week or two, but just want power for now. I'm gonna do another one up top so we can route our HDMI cables, USBs, things like that down below. I'm trying to have this thing nicely cable managed. We pre-cut some things for our tech stuff. This is going to be for our stereo. So we'll get that lined up and mounted. I'm actually going to just straight up, instead of brackets, screw this in from the other side because it's going to be easier to get to than brackets. Going to be a couple visible screws, but you're not going to notice them too much. So our stereo should perfectly slot in here. Do we route a cable? Wow. I'm actually really good at measuring. Then our computer slot can go into here, which does not line up great. Wanted this to be flush. There we go, that looks flush enough. I basically swapped how these were attached. I'm just impressed that for the most part I'm not completely missing these boards since I'm blind screwing essentially. I say as I missed that one. That should mount in there pretty nicely. I gotta change the direction of the feet so it can lay horizontally, but you get the idea. I don't know what we're gonna do with this area, but we'll kind of figure that out as we go. And overall, this sits pretty well. But now we can start to move the rest of our junk into our workbenches. We bought a bunch of these crates from Walmart. I've been dreaming of these crates, super cool stackable crates. incredible colors, cool design, stupid expensive. I found these knockoffs in Walmart, probably saved at least $200 to $300. So maybe it's not as good as quality. I don't really care because it was way cheaper. So let's get this stuff moved in. I've got so many extra crates that I just don't know what to do with. I've never had this much storage. It's incredible. Oh, I also bought these two for our pop-ups. They'll be our new bins, which is really exciting. Well, I don't want to say I'm fully moved into the studio, but we've got a really good start. We're gonna have random other things to put in spots, organize. I think it's gonna take a little bit of time anyways to kind of figure out where things go well ergonomically for our workflow. I mean, this is all new for me. I don't know, but I'm super excited. I haven't seen the floor of my basement in at least 6 months. So we put some stuff here, we cleared out the rest of the basement. It's slowly coming together, and I think we're about ready to start using this, which is awesome. If you're still watching, thank you so much. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just having fun talking to a camera, building my studio. So if you're here, comment on this video, like, subscribe. If you're watching, I want to get to know you and build a community here where we can just make cool stuff and have fun. We've got to route some cables, move some tech stuff in, a bunch of things like that to get us fully operational in this space. So let's get started. We've got to get these dangling lights all set up, and we bought channel diffusers, so it'll kind of diffuse the light, be a little softer, and mount well into wood. So yeah, we'll get that set up. I tell you what, having a workspace to set things on and, you know, unpack and stuff, it's the little things, but it's really nice. All right, this is a clip system, so I'm just gonna mark out right in the middle of these boards, 4 feet, so I can guarantee that things line up right. All right, there's a little bit of guesswork there, but should be close enough. Gonna go crazy. These are always the tiniest little screws. It's also a very awkward angle. If there's a better way to do this, just tell me in the comments. I'm gonna drill pilot holes. Think that's the only way to move forward. We're gonna test the structural integrity of this thing. All right, that's the way to do it. I really hope watching someone put screws for a light strip panel is exciting, because apparently you're watching this and you have nothing better to do with your life than to watch some random dude on the internet struggle with stupid basic construction stuff. As you can see, it's a little crooked. As it went on, I figured out how to install them best. We're gonna have to go back through and fix these. I also realized I didn't order enough, so I'm gonna have to order more. In the meantime, we can get our monitor moved over, which feels like a final. Once I can get my computer on here and turned on, it'll be perfect. Yeah, that feels really good. Got to get a mouse pad and stuff, but that feels good. All right, let's route some cables. Route our HDMI down. My goal is to have just a ultra clean cable management setup, so you hardly view anything. I think I'm actually gonna route the power cable down there. I know I have power back here, but then I have cable hanging out, and I don't really want that, so we're gonna route the power cable under. Now we can get our computer plugged in, get our monitor power plugged in, hide cables down here, and then get our HDMI plugged in. Need to get our headphones routed as well, or sorry, our stereo, so we can get some, well, I guess we need to connect our speakers too. Duh. But we'll start with connecting this to our computer. Actually, while we're down here, let's get some speaker wire cut through here. We've already got our speakers connected. We can just wire it through, push it back here. For the left speaker, lock the other side in, and then we got to cut new cable wire for our other one. Benefit now is we can cut things to size and not have to do guesswork. We'll route it back, up. That is a cobbled mess, and that's more than enough. Thread it through, thread it up, put it up here, I actually ironically think this is going to be barely long enough. Yeah, no, it's literally going to be barely long enough. All right, Spotify's loaded. Let's test this out. Cool. At some point I want to get kind of surround sound if I can, at least a subwoofer, but we'll start with these left and rights for now. Be perfect while we're printing, doing stuff. We can have some sweet audio. I feel like we've lost the art of amazing audio. Bring back sound system. I've always wanted like the monitor backlights, like for your TV or monitor or whatever, that kind of like matches the screen. I just bought them. So we're just gonna install those real fast. All set up, we'll see how well that is cable managed. Pretty freaking sweet. We'll mount the switch on the back as well. We can plug it in the bottom and route it up. And do our best to keep our cable management intact. All right, we got the test working. I think it's finally working. It's a little buggy. I think it's a Wi-Fi issue. I got to figure out the best way to get Wi-Fi down here. I might have to hardwire it, which means running probably a 100-foot long cable, because that literally just froze a video. For some reason, my PC, on the same network, my phone gets 25 to 50 megabytes per second, which is not great. This gets like 0.1. I don't know what's wrong with my PC. I don't know if it's a driver, I don't know if it's the Wi-Fi card, I don't know what it is, but it's always been terrible and I can't figure out how to make it better. I've even got an extender down here, that's not working. I don't know. If you know what's happening, if this issue is common, just let me know in the comments because it's very frustrating. But either way, this is really fun. Like, this is working really well, it just needs Wi-Fi to connect, so it's a little buggy. So like you can see, it's pretty freaking cool. I mean, you may not see it too well for this game, but I think it's pretty freaking sweet. Peep the team here too. Maybe a New Union Madden Rebuild gameplay series next. I don't know. Might get crazy. But either way, this is fun. Is it practical? No. Do I need it? No. Is it freaking cool? Yeah. So I've spent the past about 2 hours drilling a hole in a floor, running Ethernet cables, and we turned our extender into a access point instead of a bridge or whatever. So I'm not a networking guy, but basically the extender is Ethernet hardwired into the router so it can hopefully expand the signal. It's not. 0.17 megabyte download. My phone, it's getting 80, which is a lot better than the 20, 30 it was getting. So that's an improvement. But the problem still lies in with, okay, we're getting about 12 down. Okay, we're settling at about 7 down, which is better than the one I was getting. But nonetheless, this Wi-Fi is not going to be enough. But see this upload? 0.4 megabytes per second. I don't know how it's physically possible to get that low of a speed. We're going to have to figure something out. I think the solution I'm going to do is we're going to keep the extender hardwired in and set up like it is, because that is improving some things. That'll help our smart switches and outlets and things, because like this needs to be on the same network as, so like our monitor lights in the back, they need to be on the same network as the computer to sync up, which is really annoying, and that's what's causing some issues. So all our smart things and our computer need to be on the same network. So I think what we're going to do is grab a network switch, keep the extender hardwired in as it is for all our smart devices, and then we can pull off that network switch and hardwire straight into our PC. It's really annoying. Not really what I want to do, but we're closer. We're a step in the direction. So one step at a time, but I'm just sick and tired of spending all this time trying to figure out dumb Wi-Fi when I should have I have 300 megabytes per second. And I get it's going through floors, I get it's going through walls, and I didn't place the router at the right spot that I should have originally when it was installed. But still, 0.2 upload, 0.6 download, that's not right. I don't know. Rant done. I actually think I found enough slack to get it all the way over here, which is awesome. We'll cable manage this later. It's going to be close, and we're going to just try this out and see if this actually helps anything. I'm hardwired all the way, probably 75 feet into the router. Let's do a speed test. 350, baby. All right. So that was definitely the problem. Our extender's going to suffer now. That feels so good. Okay. I mean, live stream's not going to be an issue. We got 360 upload. That is solved. I knew hardwiring it in was going to be the best solution, so. And then I'm going to continue to oh gosh. Our wood filler dripped down back here. It's gross. Can you see that? It's gross. Anyways, it's a different problem. Right now, we're going to drill some holes into these sideboards. I think we're going to do every one on this side just so we can route power because we don't have power to our power strip at all. So yeah, we're just going to grind that out. But now we can finally thread our lights through for our logo so that can actually have light now. All right, rest of our brackets came in. We can get these installed. How did I do this? One more. Hopefully this fits. It's like an inch too long. What do I do here? This should have fit perfectly. These are all 1 foot, and this is an even 8 feet. So 8 of these should have been perfect. Why am I a little off? Why's it gotta be all these stupid little problems? It got so twisted. I don't even know how it's possible to get that twisted, but I'm gonna start putting the diffuser track in. You can see how the diffusion helps this shadow right here, which is really cool. Okay, last one installed. Honestly, don't know if I love how it looks. I just don't know if I like the placement of the lights. The light it gives off, feel like it's just weirdly top down. The visible strip is kind of ugly. So I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know. We're gonna live with it for a little bit, but I don't know if I'm gonna keep this. I feel like choice buyers for lights. Almost made it all the way to the bottom. What's cool is it's gonna move when I talk because it's sensitive music. There are modes to go with music, which is fun. But some of them, it's giving me a headache with the strobes. So we gotta figure out which one to do. Like it syncs okay. I wish it synced a little better, but it's almost a little delayed. Which makes sense. But it's hard when you know the songs, you know the beat, the rhythms, the vibes. You want it to match exactly. It's just not going to, but it's still cool. Like it should be huge right here. It's not. Kind of got it, but not fully. We need to drill 1 hole back through this wall. Since we don't have power to any of this stuff, we should be able to hide it way down here so you don't see it though. Never mind, the battery died. Drill swap. No way. Now we can route our cable back so we can move this back up there. But now that begs the question, what do we do with this guy? I do think I want it in this corner. We need to kind of fill in this corner. We've got a lava lamp. So I think we'll put it here and figure out what to do with it after that. But before that, we're gonna drill a hole down so we can hide some of these cables. I'm gonna need an extension for that. We can throw this up there. Do you like that? Is that cool? It is fully functional. We've even got a keyboard and a mouse for it. I bought it honestly just because I thought it looked cool without any plan for it at all. It doesn't have Wi-Fi, so we'll need to hardwire it in if we want to use it. My only thought is to use this as a, you know what, let's just hook it up to internet. I think our 300 megabytes per second might actually destroy this thing. Oh gosh, this is gonna get complicated. I'm gonna figure this out off screen. Okay, I got it loaded. It was more, you need to use this for old websites because modern websites won't work. It also doesn't help that half my keys don't work, the end key, the period key, so that's fun. Yes, I can't get this thing to connect to the internet at all, even though it seems like I should be. So this is going to be a long-term project, I think. Ultimately, I think the goal with this iMac G3 would be cool to, I've seen people like mod it to be a Spotify player, controller. I think that'd be kind of fun, especially if you're going to have like the album artwork displayed on there. I don't know, it'd be kind of cool. But then I also think it'd be cool to download some old Illustrator, Photoshop other art apps, not Microsoft Paint, I guess, because it's Microsoft, but you know the idea, some cool old vintage art apps, and see if we can make a fully fledged design on this thing. But that's going to be a more long-term project, so like and subscribe for that video. No idea when that's going to come out, but at some point it will. Subscribe anyways. Either way, we've got the start of a cool little vintage tech corner. The blue matches our theme. We got a lava lamp. We'll probably add some more trinkets here, but it's a fun little vibe for now. Let's get our live stream all set up. One of our shots is going to be right here. It's going to look down onto a screen printing press, so you can kind of get a top-down view of what we're screen printing. I think it's going to be a really cool shot. So now we can get our GoPro screwed in. I'm just kind of using up old cameras that I don't use anymore. It's a GoPro Hero 4. It is 4K, and you know, for a stream, it'll be enough. Then we'll plug in our cable for power, so it's constantly powered. We just have to route that, obviously. And then our HDMI. So this is going to be a little bit of a complicated process. A lot of different conversions. Try to explain them all to you. But basically right now this is, I always forget if it's a micro HDMI to an HDMI splitter. And we'll explain why this is going to a splitter next. And then we'll have to run this HDMI cord all the way over to our computer. We made a mounting plate for the TV that's going to be our monitor for this camera. It's got a split feed out. And we're just going to throw it up to the joist. If it looks crooked, it is, but I'm going to show you why in a second. So it slots in like this. Now we can have it this way, or we can move it this way. So since it moves, we can kind of move it wherever we want. Thought that'd be kind of fun to have some flexibility. Kind of wish I tilted it though, so it's kind of angled down. I don't want to mess with it though. Just gonna put an outlet extension cord up here with a couple of things we need to power. That's not what we want. So we can get this plugged in, our converter plugged in, then our camera power plugged in. I bought a 10-foot long cable thinking I was gonna have to stretch it too far. Now it just stretches to here, and it's too late to return it. What are you gonna do? Then we can take our 10-foot power cable and route it all the way over here and back here into our smart outlet. We'll cable manage this. I think that's gonna be a good length. You never know when you're buying cables if they're gonna be long enough. You can see the press cam up here though. You can kind of monitor it. It's kind of sweet. It's black and white. I feel like that kind of adds the vibe. And then we can switch, move it around for, I don't know what, but we can move it around. It's kind of cool. And I'm going to place another mount up on this joist. It's going to overlook our tie-dyeing. Actually got to decide if I want to do this one or this one. I might go straight top down actually. Okay. It's the pro math of how you find center of something. This is a GoPro Hero 3, so it's a little older, but it'll be good enough. Then we'll take both of those HDMIs and route them to our computer where we've got some HDMI capture cards in our USB slots. I grabbed an extender. We'll figure out this mess of cables at a later date. And a later date, that pretty much means in like 2 minutes your time, but you can see our 3 HDMI capture cards right here. Our third camera is going to just be the one we've been shooting with right now. That'll be set up as like a main hero shot. Let's see what those look like. That's our overhead shot. That needs some work. That's a bit more straight, but we're gonna need some better lighting. I got a new capture card for that overpress camera too. All the other ones are HD, which isn't a huge deal. But I got a 4K one just so we can shoot 4K and then crop in the middle. I don't know if it's gonna work. So I just looked it up. That era of GoPro doesn't output 4K over HDMI. So as annoying as it is, we're just gonna have to put an SD card up there and climb up and grab it when we need the footage for reels and stuff. Looks like live streams are 1080p only though, which is dumb, but what can you do? Okay, it's not the most secure thing, but I think it's gonna be secure enough for a minor camera rig. We'll slot our mount in, and then it's got a slot for a camera and a light. We don't have a light yet, but we're definitely gonna need it. It's a little dark over here. We're gonna have to move this too, but these goals are kind of dead anyways. These are both height adjustable too, which is nice. We might paint this mounting bracket white too, just to blend it in with the wall. Not that it's too noticeable, but depending on how we feel about it. Here's that. All right, you're mounted up on there now. We're gonna get you routed into the computer with an HDMI cable. See how you look with the live stream. Might swap out the lens too. This is a little too wide, I think. Okay, now we need to start managing all these cables. This is a train wreck. I have these to screw into our wall here, these cable channels. Honestly, I think we're gonna have so much cable, we might need 2. All right, now we can slowly start channeling our cables down. It's our power cable. All right, now we got some room to slot things in there. Not bad, actually. As long as we can get this slotted on top. Oh, think we got it. Not perfect, but not bad. I am gonna end up doing a second parallel channel. This one will probably just be for our HDMI cables, since the first one has been just for power. But they'll be a nice system anyways. Then we're gonna put some channels in here too, so we can neatly route things. We will see if one channel is enough. I'm not confident that it will be, but we can at least get this mess figured out. I don't know if we're gonna be able to fit much more than that. Oh yeah, that's tight. That's all we're gonna be able to fit, so got it. Then we'll route our other cables up. This is our Ethernet and one of our HDMIs. Bought cable clips that screw in. Now it's just about finding the right size and hoping we have enough. Sweet. Now that'll be very secure. It's not going used every single cable clip that I bought. Could have used a couple more, but we made it work. I don't think things are as clean as I wish they were, but I'm not a cable manager. I know there's people who take this way more seriously than I do, but it looks good enough and we don't have cables hanging everywhere. Now we need to mount an extension cord up to our outlet. For now, let's get it just so we can plug a cord in here, which it pains me to do this, but we got to drill in here. Okay, the good news is our retro TVs are going to go right here, so kind of hide that hole a little bit. And our logo finally has light again. Now we can get our tech set up. There's no reason for this other than I love old vintage Sierra TVs, so they're just going to be kind of vibing in the background with our logo looping around. So, but we got a lot of cable management and stuff to do. Starts with an HDMI splitter, 4-way splitter. That way we can connect this to all 4 TVs. Then this HDMI converter for this TV, which is standard RCA, out 1. Then our first RF modulator. We're going to route that down through the holes through the bottom. Our second RF modulator for this TV, and then this monitor is actually a computer monitor, so we just need a VGA to HDMI cable. Okay, HDMI is connected. We need an input though. So our input is going to be a Amazon Fire Stick. That way we can cast to it, but also hack it so it's got a looping logo. So we'll pop that into the input. Now we need to power everything. Luckily, they're all USB, so we've got everything plugged into this extender right into our outlet. We'll plug in all our TVs first, too. Probably a good idea. Okay, let's power this up. Getting anything? That doesn't look good. Oh, we are. All right, there we go. See if our Fire TV stick's off. If that's the issue. Basically, I just had to set up the Fire TV stick, so I'm hoping that is all I needed to do. Now it should work. Oh, there we go. So it wants to be in PAL instead of NTSC. That is interesting. Well, let's change everything over to that, I guess. That's frustrating, since that's not the American standard. I don't know what I did, but it's working. It was because I swapped the auto turn on devices in the Fire Stick settings. Gotta see if this bottom monitor is gonna turn on. Out of scan range. It looks cool, but that's not what we want. What's cool though is since it's on a Fire TV stick, we can have it kind of show album art while playing music. So that's kind of fun. I can have it play on these TVs, which is entertaining. Which is kind of a vibe, honestly. So I've got all our TV setups. This is what's going to be looping in the background. I tried forever to find a solution that would auto start on boot of the Fire Stick to start this up in an app. and I just couldn't get anything to work. If you know of anything, let me know down in the comments below. I ran into some issues anyways, so I have everything on this tech setup shelf set up to a power outlet that is then hooked up to a smart outlet. That way I can automatically, with one button, turn all this on. This TV defaults to the wrong channel and doesn't turn on. I have to turn it off then on for it to turn on. This is the only TV that automatically turns on when I turn that smart outlet on. So there's going to be a bit of manual setup with this anyways. It's not going to be as automatic and automated as I wanted it to be. But you know what? There's something nice about having kind of like a routine and a setup to, you know, start the studio up and all that. Besides this stuff, everything else is pretty automated, so let me show you that. I bought one of these. It's got 2 buttons on it. It can control like smart outlets and lights and stuff. So now I can just click this button, studio turns off. Click it again, studio turns on. Pretty sweet, especially since we probably got like 10 different smart things. So yeah, but we need to do a couple things before we can start fully using this thing.
I hit the jackpot on Facebook Marketplace. I got all these screens plus a flash dryer for $100. I don't know how many of these screens are going to be usable. I don't know if you can see, these wood ones are a little warped. They pretty much all need to be cleaned and reclaimed. That's going to be a task. For a later date though, super excited. I'm not going to need screens for my whole lifetime.
You might have forgotten about this little side closet that we have. We haven't really used it that much. So this closet definitely needs to be cleaned up. My vision is for this side to be a spot where we can have some screens in deep storage. So if we don't want to reclaim them, but we still want to have them on standby, we'll go in here. And right now, this isn't the most efficient thing, so I'm gonna build a couple guide rails and things so we can stack these. I've got to cut a bunch of 2x2s, but I'm not gonna bore you with all the details, so enjoy this montage. All right, let's go assemble. Let's see how good we did. And I'm just gonna use our screen as a guide. That flush up, and then we'll drill in through the bottom. I don't know how we're gonna do the ones back here. Then we can put these in, like this. Do the same thing on the other side. Oh, that's stupid. And though I made this too tight, I can put this one in like that. So the idea is there, I just gotta loosen this up so I can get this one out. I think we got that figured out. A little funkier than I wanted, but we can install the next bracket now. We offset everything a little bit so it's a little more centered on the shelf and it's not gonna butt into this thing. So let's get these screwed in. Cool, that can still slide in and out. Ooh, perfect, perfect. Well, that gives us spots for 6 more screens total. Ignore the broken screen, but you get the idea. So we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can expand more in the future. We don't even have screens to fill all this. Plus, we still have this rack that we built, but we're gonna need to modify this for a couple reasons. Part of the reason we wanted to use the closet and the reason why I want to fix this is so that everything is sealed off from the light. So that way, if we coat some screens in emulsion, they will be blocked from the light. Another thing too, if there's still ink on the screens, I want them to be closed off and not accessible for cat reasons, because my cat will get into this. And I don't want to try and get plastisol off of his fur. So I bought more 1/4 inch. We're just gonna cut a couple more panels to completely enclose this thing so it is inaccessible and sealed from little gremlins. I cut some boards just super quick. They're not great, but they should work. Might need to repaint this though, since it's not gonna match. Then the other side, this side fits much better, but it's not still, nothing is exactly perfect. The epitome of the notion, scrappy, not crappy. So the front and back of this unit is, is 28 inches. So my 2-foot boards made it really difficult to cut, so I had to piece a bunch of boards together. And this thing is so redneck, it's not even funny, but it should do the job. As long as it seals out the light, it does not matter to me. I think I gotta trim a little bit off of this though. Okay, that's still not gonna fit. Oh wait, no, it works, that works. So obviously I'm gonna need access to the screens in here, so I bought some hinges so that this front panel will be a door. The way this is going, this might be the worst thing I've ever built. Let's see how this goes. I'm not confident anymore. Okay, ignore the bottom. I mean, it kind of shuts. I bought this little locking bolts that we are gonna apply right here, but that way it stays shut and locked. Even without this bit, it kind of keeps it enough. Still kind of holds it in and then it unlocks it. Might just keep it like this. I'm gonna turn off all the lights and test to see how light tight this is. I'm gonna open it up and place my phone in there. You know, with a more powerful light source, you'd probably see more, but it's honestly not too bad. While I wood glued and hobbled this thing together, it's probably gonna be a lot easier if I do it from this side. Oh my gosh, I'm a mess. Just gotta get one screw in. And then the rest can follow through. And then I'm just gonna prop it up with a piece of 1/4" board so it helps us get that gap. Which I know you can't see, but the idea is there. Okay, we got one screw in, now we can just get the rest of these screwed in. Then I'm gonna alternate, go top, then bottom, then top, then bottom. Now let's test how this closes. Not too bad. Doesn't drag on the ground, no resistance. Locks in, not too bad. And by not too bad, I mean it's terrible, but it's functional enough, and I didn't really spend any money on it. Can even fill this thing up with screens. There is some light leakage, as you can probably see. So I think we're gonna keep this rack for ones with ink and screens on them. It'll still keep things away and accessible, but it doesn't need to be light tight. At some point, I probably should spray paint the rest of this black, but I'm not gonna worry about it for now because it's cold and I don't really wanna worry about that right now. We need to clean up the rest of this closet too, kind of just threw stuff in here. And the goal of this is to hold any inks, screens, emulsion, chemicals, squeegees too, anything that needs to be shut and thrown away. So we're gonna get that kind of organized and set up. This closet is pretty much organized. As you can see, our inks are up here, squeegees are up here. I'm gonna lock these in permanently, but just for squeegees with ink on them, I can just set them up here. Emulsion, screen opener, blockout tape, degreaser, more chemicals, carpet adhesive. We still got a ton of room, so super excited about this. All our screens are in. We gotta make some room for more though. We've even got our extra platens right here. That's great. I also bought this. It helps you coat screens better. It puts it at like the perfect angle. We're gonna install this here so we can coat our emulsion a little easier. Thankfully, we can mount it to this pre-installed 2x4, but I need something to mount on this side. So I just screwed these scrap 2x4s together. I should be able to drill that in and it should be perfect. Okay, that's sturdy. Now let's get our coating station involved. I think right here, that feels pretty good. I'm gonna make sure this is level. Oh yeah, we were way off there. Okay, that feels pretty sturdy. Not that it needs to be, you know, ultra sturdy, but here's kind of it in action. We can put it up there, and then now it's the perfect angle to coat emulsion. The screen's too small, but I can use 2 hands and get more even pressure instead of having to like hold the screen. I'll show it to you in action here in just a second, but I think that makes our closet done. The next thing I need to figure out is a reclaim area, and I think I have a solution using my utility sink in the basement. I bought a converter. This attaches, hopefully, to my sink. So now I can attach a hose to it. So now, let's test this out. Well, that could have gone way worse than it did, I guess. Feels like it attaches, but I think once I put some pressure on it, no, that's not... Maybe I need to have this engaged. It's kind of working, not great. So the idea would then be, I can lay my screen here after I move some stuff out of the way, and then wash it out, which means to help with the overspray, I'm gonna need a solution for that, but I actually have that. So it turns out I didn't need this adapter at all. This just screws right in, which explains why I was getting water leakage, because this is 1 inch 3/4 inch, and it's a 3/4 inch thread. So now, look at that, no leakage. Plenty of water pressure. Okay, so this is the super jank DIY $20 washout booth setup using my existing utility sink. All I did was grab a 3-foot hose, a standard garden hose sprayer, and a extra thick heavy duty shower liner curtain. I put some nails in the joist up above and slotted the holes into that. And then I just cut a little hole for the sink that can get through, and we can protect our back walls and our overspray. So let's do a quick test on this. I think I'd want a little bit more room for my screen, but I think it's going to be okay. This is intended to be a bit more of a exposure washout booth rather than a reclaiming station, even though it means I don't have my pressure washer. Oof, those chemicals are getting to me.
That is why we have a mask. So far, it feels like everything's staying in its place. I don't think this emulsion remover is good still, but I'm going to try spraying this out.
The setup is there. I don't think the process is, though, because that emulsion's not coming off. But either way, the setup is a success. This way, too, I can remove the shower curtain so I don't have, you know, an ugly shower curtain in my sink all times.
Having way better luck with this screen. Yeah, heck yeah. This is pretty good for not having a pressure washer, is all I'm going to say. Throw some degreaser on and this screen is successfully reclaimed.
That screen looks like good as new, and this was one of our used ones, so that's awesome. The important thing is there's no water leakage, so this shower curtain's holding up pretty well. I'm gonna reclaim a bunch of screens so we can actually start exposing and using them. So I'm just gonna crank a bunch of those out. If you thought I was done cutting plywood, you were wrong. What I'm gonna do is make a super quick 2x2x2 cube box that we can have by our press to throw dried shirts in when we're done printing them. So it should be pretty straightforward. 2 foot, 2 foot, 2 foot, 2 foot cut.
The nice thing is this does not need to be 100% exact. Then we'll cut these in half again, which will give us 2 foot by 2 foot panels.
So I've got all my pieces. The idea is pretty straightforward of a box that we can make. And honestly, looking at my boards, they look pretty even, all things considering. Screw these right in. One more time. Ugh. And I'm gonna install some casters on here so that I can wheel it around at ease. So now we can flip it back over and we've got a quick rolling box. And I'll show you what I'm gonna do for it. And then I'll use it right here and then, you know, for example, print, flash dry, ignore that stuff. Bring back over here, pull off, drop in here. It's done and ready to cure. So this is gonna hold all our dried screen printed apparel. So we know anything in here needs to be cured on our heat press. And then if we're done with it, not screen printing, we can just wheel it back over and out of the way. You probably can't see anything in here because it's so dark, but we're gonna get some screens coated. Got my first screen loaded and ready. Now we can load our emulsion. Shoot, I just spilled it everywhere. It's dripping everywhere, but I'm just gonna go for this. Okay, first side looks amazing. Flip it over to the other side. That one amazing. Flip it over one more time. And do the front one more time. That one amazing. That's the easiest I have ever coated a screen in my life. Sweet. Well, I'm gonna get a bunch of other screens coated and ready to expose. Okay, you still probably can't see me. That is because I'm about to burn a screen and test out this exposure unit. So you're not gonna see any of this, but we'll get our transparency laid down and set. Then we'll lay our screen on top. Then I'm gonna throw a black hoodie on top to just help with some light bleed. Okay, stopwatch is ready. It's gonna be a 30-second exposure. This is gonna be your baseline. We'll see if this exposes it well. 28, 29, 30. We'll take it to our washout sink. Okay, let's see. I see our image. Looks like we got some extra on the back though. It's hard to tell, but it feels like it's not fully clear. I'm gonna try a little bit of pressure. Okay, we're getting it clear a little bit. There we go. I know you're not supposed to use pressure. You don't. But it doesn't seem to be pushing out too much of the stencil. Gosh, it's hard to tell. I honestly am wondering if I put my emulsion on too thick. One thing I do know is it's fun to see designs come to life. Okay, I think top design is done. It looks actually, honestly, pretty good. I'm pretty satisfied. It is a 2-color print, so we'll see how much it lines up in a second. Then we'll get this design, which is really just a bonus. I just like this design. And it ganged it up on the screen. Okay, that's done. And I would say our first screen burn was a success. I do think that took a little bit too much pressure in time. So I think I'm gonna up my exposure time a little bit on this next one. But barring a test print, that turned out pretty dang good. I did this screen for about 35 seconds, so a bit longer. This feels just as stubborn. Actually, I think it is going a little bit better. These exposures don't seem that fuzzy either, which means we're getting good pressure on our stencil. Cool, this screen's done, looks pretty good. That detail's not too bad. I do think I'm gonna go 40 seconds, so another 5 seconds on our next one, just to really push the limits, see how far we can go. I think I accidentally, I did this one backwards, I think. I had the transparency backwards, so we're gonna have to redo this one, but well, I think I learned that 40 seconds is the optimal exposure time. So wouldn't say it's a completely wasted screen. I'm gonna do a incredibly rudimentary test on my first screen. And when I say rudimentary, I mean probably not going to work. I would love to be surprised, but I don't think it will. I think there's some issues with our screen, but we're just gonna slather on just a little bit of ink. It's not gonna match, it's not gonna be perfect, but it's gonna be enough to get a pull in, maybe. Watch me make something freaking sweet. Not bad. It needs another layer though. And I probably just lost registration. Some of our corners I didn't get enough pressure on. You know what? I'm gonna do another one, but that didn't feel as bad as I thought it was gonna be. Let's send it over to our flash. Not terrible, honestly. Got a little more palette adhesive. I need to get new tape. I'm gonna flip it over and see. Try this again. All right, I'm gonna try and flood it a bit better. I know I don't have enough ink to do that, but I'll try. We're getting some ghosting. We didn't even get this side at all. Not terrible, but it's not great either. Good detail though, so that's cool, but it's got a lot of issues I'll show you in a second. So you're not gonna see now that there's ink on the screen. There's definitely some puff in that. So this didn't get washed out enough. We're missing this line here and this line here, which I knew about, and I just couldn't get it to wash out. And then you can see this line right here. That was leftover emulsion that also wouldn't come off. So basically, I just didn't do a good enough job of cleaning my screens beforehand. Since they were secondhand screens, they were super dirty. So it was just really hard to get the old prints off, the old emulsion off. I thought I did a good enough job. I guess I did not. So we're gonna have to do a third burn of this design. But you can see the design itself, it's freaking, it looks sweet. So once we get this design burned in, it's gonna be awesome. Well, I think I overexposed this one. I'm not getting the stencil to come out, which is my fault for pushing the exposure time. But the good news is this is all part of the learning process and it's helping me dial in my exposure times. So that's what I'm talking about, the ghosting. It makes it really difficult. Even though I used a dehazer, I did what I thought I needed to do. It's still making burning these screens very difficult. I've been going at this one for probably 20 minutes. It started out way easier. I downed my exposure time because the other one was overexposed, and I went back to our baseline of 30. Things were washing out super easy. I was really excited. I thought I figured it out. And now I spent probably 20 minutes on this. There's just some stupidly stubborn spots. Like this, I've put so much pressure. I've rubbed the back. Everything else looks great, but then there's just this one, a couple of over here that just won't get there. I feel like we were going so good with our exposures. We had some issues that were non-exposure related, and now I am running into some exposure issues. So that's really frustrating, and I'm all out of coated screens, so I gotta reclaim some, coat them with emulsion, wait a couple days, and try again. What can you do? I'm really hopeful about this this test exposure. Not a test exposure, this is for a print run actually. I think this is gonna turn out good. This is washing out the best I've ever had a screen wash out. I don't know what happened or what I did different. Oh, it's underexposed. Oh, gosh dang it. I thought I had this one. Well, I'm gonna stop wasting your time trying to figure that out. I think it's just that design is being a little bit more troublesome, and it does have a lot of detail on it. It's a little complex. We're gonna test out one that we already got. Right now, we're just supposed to be testing our workflow, which we can do with one of the screens that worked out. This is just a scrap t-shirt. I'm just gonna flood this design. I just used a bunch of random inks that I had lying around that I had extra of. I still gotta decide if I wanna push or pull ink. I'm gonna try pushing. You know what? I'm gonna pull too. Let's see how that worked out. Not bad, but it needs another pass. It's hard to get good pressure on all sides of this design and this press. Since this press does not stay clamped down, I gotta figure out how to do that if I just keep it clamped down with the press. So my instinct is to keep it pushed down with one hand, but I think I'm gonna try against that. Still not loving that. This is why it's a test. We'll dial this in later. We did kind of get a print. It's the workflow right now. We gotta dial this in again, but workflow's there. And then we can throw it over to the flash dryer. I think there's actually a puff in this ink. I will say though, it's so nice having a flash dryer and not having to use a heat gun. A heat gun kills the workflow. It takes forever. So like if I wasn't testing this right now, I could be printing another shirt. So that's what's great about a flash dryer. And then we can swing it back over. Looking at the design, you know, besides some ghosting and kind of like a, you know, final screen prep stuff, we need new palette tape too, so the shirt lifted. So it was hard to kind of get, you know, 2 layers on this. There's little things like that we got to dial in that I think we can do and manage. But overall, final part of the workflow, you can take it off and drop it in the bin. And then we know anything in here.
Either way, I feel like this was overall a success. We'll dial a couple of things in,
pretty good.
you know, as we continue to print, getting the Either way, workflow I feel like this was but overall our a exposure success. unit We'll dial a worked couple well, of our things flash in, dryer you or know, press as worked we well. continue to
My
print,
DIY washout
getting the workflow
sync
and
booth.
But I mean,
That
our
worked pretty well
exposure
too,
unit worked
so,
well.
you know,
our
minus
flash
some
dryer or
minor-
press worked well.
minor
My
issues
DIY
that
washout
I can kind of
sync
iron out.
booth.
Pretty happy.
That
So,
worked pretty well too. So
now I
you know,
actually
minus
gotta
some
start
minor
making
minor
actual shirts
issues
that I will
that
I
start
can
to
kind of
settle
iron
to
out.
guys.
pretty happy. So
will not be a problem. I have millions of designs
making actual
stuck
shirts
up in my
that I
head
will
that I'm ready
start
to get
sell
out
to you
and
guys,
put it on
which
some shirts. Will not be a problem. I have millions of designs
I think we've just got a
stuck
couple
up in my
more
head that
wrap-up
I'm ready
things
to get
do
out
with our
and put it on
studio,
some
and
shirts.
stay
Done.
tuned for that.
Feels weird to
I
say,
think
but
we've just
check
got
out
a couple
next
more
week's
wrap-up
video.
things to do with our
See you next
studio,
week.
and I'll be done.
Which feels weird to say, but check out next week's video. We'll see you next week.
We just kind of have to wrap a couple things up. I think it's all mainly decor related, so should be pretty straightforward and easy. Let's get started. We've got to touch up this paint right here. It was from our tape when we painted the floors. It's been like this for months, but we got to finally finish this up. We're just going to paint the red back in. Ooh, that stinks. What's wrong with it? This paint's got to be expired, but we're going to see what we can get out of it. Just need a little bit. We're just going to manually cut this in. Not looking for a perfect line here, just something a little bit better than what it looks. I think there's still white on this brush. Okay, new brush. Mixed a bit better. Let's try this again. There we go. Okay. We're in business. Paint feels a bit better too, so I think it's actually going to stick. I didn't want to tape down onto the gray because I knew that was going to cause it to come up. So I'm just going to do my best to cut in here. Not the best cutter when it comes to painting, but not trying to make it perfect, just trying to make it better. So our shelf up here, I took it down to route these power cables, but when I took it down, it just let in such incredible light that I couldn't bear myself to put it back up, at least way up here, just with the angles. It was just blocking the beautiful light in here. So we're going to mount it. I'm not really sure exactly where. I think we're just going to slot it in right about here. Still going to let our light through. The main goal for this shelf is to kind of act as ink storage. So putting it here will allow us to still allow some light in, but store our inks. Not the most secure thing in the world, but with our inks up there, it'll be good. And we still got some room to use our pegboard and store other things. Which reminds me, we need to buy more ink. We're out. I also need to fix this split in the seams of our backdrop curtain. I'm just going to straight up hot glue it. Why not? Press these together. That's actually relatively seamless. Once it's all done, I don't think you're going to notice it too bad. I mean, anything's better than just hanging loose like it was. That's looking way better. Way better. Ah, I almost made it without burning my fingers. Cool, it's all glued up. It's one solid piece. We trimmed it. Looks great, honestly. Then I'm going to try and I think I can find a way to stretch this and get it to be kind of like all the way to this wall. I've got this clip thing like I've used over here. I've just got to find a way to attach it. I think I'm just going to nail something in up here. That's the easiest option. I don't know where my hammer is. I'm just going to screw it in. I'm just going to throw something right here up in the joist. Now we can stretch it all the way over. Not bad. I think it's okay. I think we're just going to leave it like this. It looks way better than it did though with just a dumb loose hanging thread of fabric. So feels way more polished to have that done. I bought this caddy in an estate sale. I think it's for fishing gear. I'm not 100% sure, honestly. But I thought it'd be really cool to have on our desk to kind of hold random tools, pen, pencils, hole punchers, scissors, random things like that. And it spins, so you can't be mad at that. But it needs a good clean. It is disgusting. So let's clean it up and get it ready to use. Really hoping this cleans up. I'm not confident right now. Doesn't feel like this is coming up. Like a little bit, but not all of it. You know what? Maybe it just needs a good soap. We'll see if Scrub Daddy can do the job. I don't know, guys. I don't think this is coming out. This looks like deep rust stains. That is just not coming out. All right, I scrubbed as best as I could. So it's clean, but it's not all coming out, so we're gonna have to resort to option 2. Instead, I'm gonna spray paint it. I disassembled it so it's a little easier to paint. I thought about doing 2 colors. I think we're just gonna stick with one. We went with this blue. It's gonna highlight our lime green, stick with our brain colors. We got a lot of that kind of like electric lime green going in the studio, so I thought it'd be nice to have some blue to shake it up. Cool, I'm not gonna overthink it. It's already clean. It's gonna start going for it. I'll get the mask. This is definitely going to need
Probably 2 coats for sure. Oh yeah, that blue's gonna be perfect. It'll go with our iMac. This is potent. It's getting through the mask. Yeah, this dark color is definitely gonna need a couple coats. Cool, first coat done.
Our caddy is dry. I feel like overall could have turned out a little bit better, but okay, honestly, looking at it, it could have turned out a lot better. But I just feel like the paint in some areas just wouldn't catch. So we're just gonna assemble it and see what it looks like, and down the line we can always take it apart and repaint it. I do like this blue though. I feel like it turned out cool. Gosh, this paint is so annoying to line this up. Gosh, it's going everywhere but where it needs to go. Got it. Okay, let's hope this thing still spins. It does. Good. So now it'll live over here. Then we can mount our scissors in here, markers, pens, hole punchers, seam rippers. Down in the bottom trays, we can throw bobbins, needles, things like that. This will ebb and flow and be added to, but it'll be nice to have, you know, for the quick things we need constantly, a good place to organize these. And I feel like that blue gives it a good, nice, fresh life, even if it's a little splotchy and patchy. But nice to have something that's functional and looks good. This wall is empty and we need to fill it. I've always wanted to try wheat paste, so I'm going to take this opportunity to fill this wall with a wheat paste mural of a bunch of different printed out photos of downtown Battle Creek. I've got my wheat paste. If you've never heard of wheat paste, it's what you see like all the posters in like LA, New York City. It's very urban, very graffiti, street art kind of. So I kind of love that vibe. It's literally just flour and water. So I made it, you put it on the stove, and it comes this goop, basically. I've never done this before. I've always wanted to. Let's try it. I'm going to move this table. Feel like that's a good idea before I ruin it. And this rug. So, take a little bit of my wheat. Gosh, this is so weird. That's not where I want it, actually. I'm going to put it way up here just in case it doesn't work. Oh, geez, that's way stickier than I thought. I think it's going to work, though. Then you do another layer on top to kind of seal it in. Okay, think that worked. Cool. I'm just going to start chugging this out. I'm going to fill this whole wall with wheat paste. The nice thing about this too is like it's very easy to change, so I can kind of do a bunch of different. If I want to spice it up, I literally just printed out all this, so it's super easy to freshen up. Ooh, we're getting some ink smear. So like in the future, if we want to freshen this up, we can just print more stuff out and then go right over it with more paper. We've got this middle section too with some typography we did. And the saying doesn't stink as bad as I thought, honestly. Okay, the main like text part of the mural is done. I feel like it turned out kind of cool, but there's definitely a lot of wrinkling, which kind of, I'm just going to go with that as the vibe. But a lot of the seams don't match up great. Gives it a little bit of a glitchy feel. Keeps it kind of raw and rugged and tactile. It's not perfect, and it's not meant to be. So I think it still looks cool. We're just going to fill the rest of this white portions in with more photos. I also feel like I wanted the text bigger too. It's what I measured it, but just feel like I would have wanted it bigger. But again, good news is we can always just go over it again. It's the beauty of wheat paste. I bought this chair too. I've been wanting it for years. I only went with one because it was so expensive. Maybe I'll add another one later when I can afford it, but this is over here has just been such a vibe. It's just a comfy spot to just chill, work on some, stuff, draw, things like that. With this now, I feel like it just puts it to another level and just makes it feel complete and finished. I think overall, I love how this looks, honestly. The only thing I would have done is I would have made the Exalt the City a little bigger, but I can always go over it and, do it again. That's the beauty of the wheat paste method is if I end up hating all of this, I can just redo the whole thing and go right over it. So yeah, what do you think? I feel like it was a cheap, easy way to make a mural. feel like it's freaking sweet. So let me know what you think in the comments below. It feels weird for me to say this, but I think that's it. I think that was the last thing. I think the studio is done. It feels really weird to say that. It feels like it was never going to get done. So to say firmly that studio is finished feels really weird. I think as I continue to use it and, get a workflow down, I haven't really done that yet. I think that's going to, help us change some things. But for now, there's really nothing else to do except actually start using it, which I've been dying to do for the past 8 months, I feel like. Yeah, it has been about 8 months. So it just feels, every time I look at it, it just feels weird that it's done.
Welcome to my studio. Let me show you around. My name is Caleb, and I'm the owner of New Union Market. I design and print t-shirts for my hometown of Battle Creek, Michigan, and I print them right here in this studio, which I effectively call the Stude. I've spent the last year transforming my basement into this studio, and I've been using it for the past couple weeks, and it's been amazing, so let me show you around. If you want to see future videos, design breakdowns, printing shirts, other things like that, like, comment, subscribe. Super excited for the future, and I want you to be a part of it. So we are in the main workspace area. I cut and sanded and coated all these plywood boards. I really wanted to go for a non-traditional look, so I went for an all OSB look, which I like. I think it turned out cool. Not everyone might like it, but I like it. We've got this painted edge that adds just a little bit of something, a little bit of detail. And while the space is designed to look cool, it's also designed to be very functional. This space is what I call my island, and it's gonna be for a lot of utility work, specifically designed for tie-dye. So the idea is I can set up things for tie-dye, can have my shirts all laid out, and then I can dye here, swap to the other side, dye here, then dye here. It's supposed to be very ergonomic, great for things where I need multiple areas to get around everything. This will be great for tufting rugs too, so I can see the back of it. My old setup, I could never really look at the back of the rug while I was making it. So this section of the workspace is going to be super functional. Behind this island is our wall that I saw someone on Reddit do this. I thought it was really cool. So these are all the transparencies that we made screens with, and we'll just tape them up when we're done. And then it's kind of a fun way to see all the artwork we've done throughout the years. This will expand and grow in the future, as I make more screens, print more stuff. Thought it was really cool to kind of like decorate, but also document at the same time. Obviously, you're the camera right there. I've got a spot for a camera, so it could be phone or you. A light too that I still need to buy and get for a key light. So this will be for live streaming, for Instagram Reels, video making, things like that. Then in here is the screen printing closet. So in here is where I'm storing all my emulsion, screen printing chemicals, inks, and I've got a bunch of screen storage in here too, so I can have screens drying in here that are away from light, and then also away from my cat, so he doesn't get into the stuff, even though he always wants to get in this closet. But that's why it's shut all the time. Anyways, it's a little messy, but absolutely pivotal to the screen printing workflow. I've even got a screen coating station here to just make coating screens a breeze. You can see my custom cutout logo sign with the LED backlight. I think it's really cool. It's just got a little bit of that pop of the brain color. It's really cool. I've got all this area, so 8 feet wide in total. Honestly, I don't know what to do with this space. I kind of don't need it. At least not all the time. It's nice to set out orders here, lay them all out, pack them. Still kind of figuring out how to use this space, but that's what's cool. It's got an outlet right here, so I've been able to throw my sewing machine up here, do some sewing. So it's super flexible and versatile for whatever I need this to be. Then here we have a vintage iMac. Honestly, no reason I need this other than it's just kind of cool and a vibe over here with the lava lamp stuff. I got a little stylophone to just doodle around with for no exact reason. Other than that, it's fun, and I feel like that's reason enough. But I do have Photoshop on this iMac. So at one point I kind of wanted to design something fully on Vintage Photoshop. Might get some games on here or find out a way to hack
a way to control Spotify on this thing. Haven't found a use for it yet. Other than that, it's fun and cool and looks really vibey over here. Here is the actual computer setup. Monitor backlight, keyboard. I mean, it's a computer. I've got floating shelf up here with speakers and a bunch of vintage stereo boxes I've collected over the years. I'll show you the speaker system real quick. At some point, I want to expand this. I always wanted some way to play music that wasn't just my phone or AirPods, so when we're printing, we can vibe out down here, have music going. Definitely want to expand this to be more than just the 2 speakers at some point. Have, honestly, kind of surround sound a little bit. Have 2 more speakers down over there, maybe a subwoofer. I don't know, but that's floating shelf with cool decor. And then beneath, at the top of our desk, we have tons of storage. So I made a million cubbies. The top level is a little offset for, you know, just because it looks a little bit nicer and cleaner and feels visually balanced. Down here, even more storage. Honestly, more storage than I know what to do with. Got sewing machine down here, film photography stuff, sewing supplies, printer for poster printing and transparencies. I mean, there's storage for everything. Got the computer set up here, stereo, scanner, more storage. Needs a little bit of cable management, but no, it's here. Not everything is perfectly organized. I need to get my dies a little bit more organized. I want them color-coded and organized. Got to figure out a system for that. Overall, feels nice to actually have storage for once, not just working off of one singular desk in a tiny apartment. It's amazing. Right next to my long desk is a pegboard setup with a floating shelf. So we've got our using inks right here. So the inks I'm using currently, and then all the other accessories I need while I'm printing. So squeegees go up here, rags, temperature gun, tape, heat gun, literally everything we need for screen printing is right here, easily accessible. Below that pegboard is my TV wall. I love retro TVs, and I wanted something cool and vibey in here, so this has just got a cool spinning version of our logo that's just kind of vibing out in here all the time. I gotta fix this TV, but yeah, it's a retro TV wall. Don't look back here, there's a million cords. Then to swing you over a bit, this machine needs a name, but nonetheless, it's our 6-color 4-station screen printing machine. Got our flash dryer as well. I've been using this more and more. It's been amazing, just the amount of stuff we're gonna get. Doesn't have micro registrations, that's the only downside, but it's allowing me to print multiple colors, which I've never been able to do. Printing is so much faster than a janky 1-press, 1-color station. It's just super awesome that I even got to fit this in my basement and I get to use it. It's awesome. Above the press, you'll see this GoPro. This is gonna be for Instagram Reels to see what we're printing. And then you can see the feed is going into this vintage black and white TV that's meant to go under cabinets. I thought it was just kind of cool. Again, I mean, it's practical in the way that it allows me to kind of, you know, see the frame, see what's going on, but it's not the most efficient way to do a monitoring system, but it's fun and it looks cool. So I don't care. And then a little bit over from our press on the other side of our workstation is our vibe area, is what I've called it. This is just a spot that, number one, looks cool, but is also just a loungy space for me to sit down and sketch, enjoy the space, have a good time, and have some comfortable seating because my workspace isn't the most comfortable. So like this chair, it's from IKEA. I've always wanted this chair, and it's super comfortable. Like really comfortable. Here is a bunch of stuff to organize all my film cameras. I'll bring you closer. So these are also shelves from IKEA. They're like 20 bucks each. It's to organize in a fun way all of my film cameras, the full collection, so I can see them, grab them whenever I need them. They're all in front of this backdrop, which is covering up a bunch of sewage pipes and drain pipes and all that. So it kind of encloses the space a little bit, covers up all that utilities. And then also is a spot to be a backdrop. So like this right now, I can move all this, take photos in front of it. So it's a little dual purpose in that way. Same with the walls over here. So these are all photos I took on film of Battle Creek, and I wheat pasted them to this wall. And it's kind of a cool little mural wall. I can take photos in front of this if I want, but it's also a cool little, you know, mural backdrop area. And then a little bit over, I've got a poster up right now a Kellogg's, vintage Kellogg's poster. But I can take this off and hang clothes up here and make product photos and videos. And then this partition wall, also made of OSB, blocks off the rest of our, so we got inventory storage that I'm not gonna even show you because it's really ugly, behind this wall. So it kind of, again, encloses a space, blocks it off. And then side table also from IKEA, rug, kind of, you know, decorate the space, make it feel like a inspiring creative space rather than just utility. There are a couple more utilities. So this is the other side of the basement that I didn't really want you to see. I wanted the studio to feel like you're in another world, but there are some utilities that leaked into the rest of my basement, that being our screen storage rack. So we have some storage in the closet, but then this storage is more for screens that are in runs that have ink on them that aren't clean yet, that we could pull back out and use again. And then on top is my exposure unit. This is DIY with a DIY light. Then we can plug this in, expose screens, and then take them to our washout booth, which I'll show you in a second. I've got studio lights all throughout the space so that content I film looks good when I'm filming it. It doesn't look gross. And then I don't have overhead ugly lights on. And then down here is a bin I made. So this is everything that we've screen printed. So when we print it on the press and flash it, we can throw it in here to then cure it afterwards and not just have t-shirts floating around everywhere. And this is my washout sink, which is using the utility sink in the other side of my basement. So it's not really nice, but it is functional. We've got a hose hooked up to sink faucet. Then I can turn it on. There's not water through it now. Turn it on, reclaim screens. There is a little bit filtration involved, so emulsions not going down my plumbing. Shower curtain to keep it away from the rest of my basement and the walls and such. Yeah, that's kind of it for the washout booth. I get to have space to myself that I can customize, make my own, make it efficient, but also make it fun to be in, and make it inspiring, and make it a space where I can create and create effectively. So to finally have a space to call my own is just incredible. Every time I come down here, I just look at it and I'm just so thankful, so blessed. I wanted people to know when they bought a product that I not only designed it, but printed it. And it was printed here in Battle Creek, the city I'm trying to, you know, build and grow, and do something cool for. So I knew I wanted to have, you know, a personal touch on every shirt and thing that I make in this studio. I always knew my own studio was kind of the end game. And so to finally be in a studio, start to sell merch that I've printed in my own studio by myself, it's just super special. And I'm just super thankful that year after year, week after week, I still get to do this and that people are still excited about it. That's just super, super special. Yeah, that's actually kind of it for the studio as a whole. I hope you enjoyed the tour. Super excited for what this is going to mean. Space will evolve and change throughout the years as I use it, figure out a good workflow, make things more functional than they currently are. But nonetheless, that is the Stu New Union. Thank you so much for watching. It truly means the world that people like you watch my videos. Yeah, I don't know what to say other than I'm just excited for the future.